Hello.
Hi.
How are you? Oh, now I can
Tired,
see you.
a bit tired.
I bet I can hear it in your voice.
Well, my voice is tired because I'm a teacher. This is the
Also
third time
am I.
my phone falls. How many times will S's phone fall? Let's, Matthias, so you know each other. Are you in the same, there's a Matthias saying hola to you?
Uh, yes. Uh, in the on Discord. You mean? I mean on Discord
No,
on
here in
Discord.
the chat.
Ah. Oh, hello, Matia. How are you doing?
We will start in a few minutes just
Okay.
because like being we let a bit of buffer here because we had to change links and uh,
I understand. It's confusing for everybody. It's like
yeah, unfortunately YouTube wouldn't allow us to do like 24 hours straight of live stream. There's nothing straight about it. Sorry, I had to crack that joke at some point. And so like we're waiting for the exact time because like
okay.
I don't know, in Italy everything in the queer space starts late. We're not going to start late, but we're not going to start earlier either. So people who were had the intention of checking your panel out can come and see. And also
So I'm trying to figure out this app. It's the first time I use it.
okay.
I mean, besides trying to do a little rehearsal with other people yesterday.
We can use these few minutes to check if everything is working okay. Uh,
Yep.
there's not much you need to do actually. You're already on the video and audio. We can hear you, we can see you, so everything is perfectly okay. Just know that there's a live chat on YouTube. That means that people
Uh-huh.
that are looking at this, watching this on YouTube, can comment, and but me, since I'm the admin here on the app, will I can, for example, put comments on screen, and you will see it while looking on screen. You will see the comments people do. So if there are, for example, comments, useful insights, or questions for you, maybe we can put it on screen, and so we can read it out
Perfect.
loud, and you can answer. It's an easy way to interact with the chat.
Perfect.
So I will put the banner on. It's almost time. I can't believe we have already done like 8 hours of this. It feels so weird to me.
Yeah, I was watching it for a bit yesterday, but then I died.
Yeah, it's right. It's yesterday for you. It's so weird.
Yes, yes, it was. It started exactly at some seconds or minutes before the starting of the day.
Ah,
Like it was like,
well,
oh, it's going to start exactly on the day on the 6th. That was cool.
well, it's time. We are ready. We are here. We are queer. This is another thing I had to say at some point. Uh, your name is pronounced Wilka. I don't
You
want to
can say
mispronounce it.
Wilka or Vilka.
Well,
Originally, it's pronounced Wilka, but I like the Vilka thing because I'm a fan of Star Wars, so I thought of Darth Vader, which is actually Bade, which means father in German. And so it's like a inner joke with myself.
So Vilka it is. It's fine. Uh,
Yeah.
well, we're here. It's time for a spotlight on Chile. So tell us about yourself first. Who is Vilka and why are you here? What did you want to bring to IAD on this trip?
Oh, okay. I'm hello everybody. I'm Wilka from Chile. Or Vilka. That's confusing. People from the U.S. and English speakers call me Wilka, and Spanish speakers call me Vilka. So it's okay. I'm
I will choose to align with the Spanish speakers.
okay, perfect. I am wearing a hat, a red hat. For those of you who can see me wearing glasses, because I don't see very well. I am wearing a shirt and a vest and a tie with the colors of the asexual flag. Um, I'm from Chile, as I said, from Chile, which is a community that gathers asexual and aromantic people and people that are in all those spectrums. And our objective is to educate other people, asexual people, and create a community for everybody to feel comfortable and validated as a summary. And I'm also part of, I don't know if you can see the symbols in my behind me of Esi Emimuni, which is daughter organization from Asearo that focuses on education. Uh, we want the state to take responsibility on teaching and training their staff on comprehensive socio socio psychological sexual affective education. And that's about my summary. I'm also a teacher. I'm neurodivergent, meaning I'm, yes, I know. I've been a teacher for 20 years.
What?
For about 25 years, maybe more.
I have
Um,
been for two, so I'm a baby basically.
good luck. I can say.
Thanks.
And well, I studied also master's degree on cultural studies. So I would say that my formation it's on cultural studies, and my deformation it's on pedagogy. I'm ADHD, and I'm which number I don't name I don't like, but that's another discussion. And I'm also autistic. So that's me. I have two dogs, one mom, one dad, two siblings, and one two nieces that I really love.
Tell us a bit more about Asearro Chile. Uh, how was it born? What were like you mentioned some of the topics you're focusing on, but like tell us a bit more about achievements, project you did, and maybe also something about hopes and ambitions for the future.
Okay, those are a lot of questions. Okay, Sarah Chile was born around 2014, 2012, if I'm not wrong, on Facebook. You're getting me into my beloved topic of investigation, which is social media. And people started to just saying, "Oh, I'm a sexual too. This is interesting. Hello. Oh, I didn't know other sexual people existed." you all people know what this is about. And around 2020 or 2019, I'm not wrong because I wasn't there. I didn't know sexuality existed back then. So I was somewhere there feeling that allosexuals are weird, or maybe I'm weird, and all that. And there was the first gathering together, and then WhatsApp. They created a WhatsApp group, which was great because you could talk right in the same moment, and you would write trigger warning, um, affect, how do you call it? Aphobia, and then you tell everybody what happened to you, and everybody got angry because that happened to you, and you felt so validated because people understood what you were going through. Or other people will say, you know that this friend of mine told me that she is heartbroken because this and this and this happened to them, and everybody would say, oh, you know what, I don't understand it either, but the theory says that this is what happened to all of us. So that is the first part of feeling validated. Uh, when you meet other people that go through the same experience or sort of the same experience, but it goes into the same territory, you don't feel that alone anymore. You stop feeling broken, and that was the first part. We have a Tumblr account and an Instagram account where we tell other people that are not asexual what asexuality is. Um, Also, it's hace arroz means ace arrow. So we also talk about aromanticism, but now we're talking today about asexuality. So I'm gonna try to focus only on that. We participate on some with institutionality with the government in all of the stages. I mean, talking about national, regional, municipal, and in the provinces. Chile is divided like that. In Okay, the institution here is compulsorily ordered by law to have this conversation and work groups with civil society. So with organizations in the territory, etc. So we participate in those that are target either for gender issues or directly to the LGBTQA and B plus community. They don't say like that in the government, but I do say it. So, but now, okay, we have made some advances. Has been great because we are in one of these groups with Cernatur, which is the tourism governmental office. And now, in the acronym, they do say LGBTA plus. Exactly.
God,
Yeah,
unimaginable, honestly. But
yeah. And we have very good relations with other LGBTQA and B plus communities.
mhm.
In ASEARO, there are a lot of non-binary. I am a gender, non-binary, trans. Asexuality is proportional to the whole population of the world. So you could be or not be whatever else besides being in the sexual spectrum. And sort of because we are not worried about who you are attracted to, because it's like, okay, I'm not into that. I don't care. We focus on other kinds of relationships, like friendship, like partnership, like um, I don't know, family, friendship. You and I are what could be the word? Comrades in activism. So that is our focus. So therefore, we realize that most of violences are done like I'm not saying that they're not more important, less violent, or more violent. I'm talking about you count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Hmm.
Most of them of the violences against asexual, against queer people are done outside of relationships that are romantic or sexual. So therefore, and this is a very long story, we created which I can see, SC which is this sister or daughter organization. That's why you can see stock is this
Yeah, it's Stork, I think.
yeah
I don't know.
well
Mick from UK, from the UK, is in the backstage, and so he
uh,
will tell us if it's a stork
yeah
that bird. You can tell us
yeah
in private chat or public comments for everyone to know. But
yeah
I'm not the authority on English, and I don't want to be honestly. You were saying,
yeah. So it's the bird that brings baby to the
yeah.
world. So it's the stork is colored with the arrow and ace colors with in the on her belly or their belly has the symbol of acerro, and she's bringing into the world to Esi Emimoni, which is the comprehensive psycho social sexual affective education on the bird store. So
I'm checking the page right now because the name sounded familiar, and then I realized that like you probably like tagged IAD on
about
Instagram.
stalking, we're not stalking. Okay,
Stalk.
maybe we go everywhere we can go. If some another organization is invited to one of this working group with the institutionality, we know about it and we go anyway, even when we're not officially invited and we are there.
You just
Like
go there. Like that
yeah,
I
we
can
just
understand because as I mentioned earlier, like in Italy we have so many pride parades and we try to go as many as possible. And
mhm,
like if they don't invite us, we appear. So I can completely
yeah,
understand like going everywhere, literally everywhere. Like, wait, just let me 1 second put
uh-huh,
the Instagram link from the for this project in the
yeah,
chat, and then we will
yeah,
put also Asiaro Chile's contact, Mick,
uh-huh, yeah.
please, in the backstage.
So it's
But
SME Muni.
here it is.
Like you can yeah, exactly. Thank you very much. And ASEAR Chile also.
Yeah, yeah.
Um, we will what we wanted. Okay, and all this started after that Chile wanted to change the constitution. We are still under the constitution
Yeah.
written by Pinochet, which was a dictatorship uh,
Hmm.
during the 80s. So it
Now
was a
that you
long.
mention it, I remember that, but maybe some people in the chat won't. So if you
Yeah.
want to briefly like tell better to people what you're talking about with this about the Chilean constitution.
Okay.
Sorry, I know, but since
Yeah.
we're talking to people all over the world,
During the 80s, we were under a dictatorship. We was brutal, really brutal, and many human rights. You can go to Amnesty or even on YouTube where you will learn about it. and that also affected the queer community. People disappeared, people were tortured. You could see at the very beginning, you could see bodies, dead bodies in their on a river or whatever. It was horrible. So we went back to democracy, quote unquote, for many, and but it was an agreement, and though I'm older and I see the differences between after the dictatorship and before the dictatorship, but it was 16 years. So that affects the country culturally. And culturally, I'm talking about the way people feel, behave, think about everything. I'm going to Durkheim here a little bit. So uh, we didn't change the constitution. There were some modifications, little makeup modifications, but we still have the same thing. And on 2019, after 2018, there was a sort of a feminist revolution here in the country. 2019, there were a lot of demonstrations and people got tired. That was too much. And uh, now, like everybody was talking about, we need to change the constitution. There was a committee working on the constitution, which, for example, talked about the rights of sexual and gender dissidences, saying like that, said like that. Uh, and but then it got to a referendum. The Everybody had to vote compulsorily. We are a very conservative country, but when you are in queer activism, you tend to forget it. You think that everybody is uh, I don't know how to say it, like progressive, maybe. I don't know the word in English.
Progressive. And
Progressive,
I fear you have a point there, you know.
yeah, yeah, because there are some things that are called ecosystems. You live in an ecosystem, which is your friend, your. I have voted so much in the last 5 years as Matias. Yes, yes, we have voted a lot, and um, in that ecosystem, sometimes you think that everybody thinks like the way people you're in contact with. But when you go to social media, you select who you want to be in contact with. So you, of course, because of mental health, you will be friends with only people that think sort of like you, and that could taint your vision and your diagnostic on the world. So, anyways, it was a shock for many, many, many people that we lost on that referendum. And one of the things that people said on the street when we were, handling leaflets saying that, oh, you need to vote for this. People said, no, I don't want to vote for this because of comprehensive sexual education. Because on from the other side, from the conservative side, right wing, very conservative side, were doing a huge propaganda against comprehensive sexual education.
So
One of the
that
issues
was
was
like the focal point of the propaganda,
one
both
of the
for the
many, one of the
new
many.
and keeping the
No, no,
old
no.
constitution.
For the other one was like everything we wanted to do.
Yeah.
For the conservative, that was one of the main things.
Mm.
They
But
were
yeah, I meant
extremely,
like it was like the field in which you had to,
yeah, that's where
confront
we
each
worked
other
with.
because.
Yeah, that's where we worked on as queer people
Mhm.
and activists. Anyway, so long story short, one of the means of propaganda they used, it was a little kid. It was a drawing, a kindergarten kid with a dildo, and the mother is saying, "What are you doing?" And the daughter is saying, "It's homework, mom." So saying that that what comprehensive sexual education meant. Uh, yeah, you can express yourself here.
It's that if it weren't true, like actual political propaganda, I would have probably laughed so much seeing that. I would have thought it was a meme, but like I don't
No, it
know, like
wasn't.
it's
No, it
okay.
wasn't. So, well, we didn't know if we wanted to cry or laugh or both at the same time. So
I
we
can imagine. I'm feeling that to my heart, honestly.
yeah. So what happened? We said, okay, what happened here? We lost, and this new attempt of constitution wasn't even that revolutionary. I mean, it was like uh yeah, Matthias saying that conservatives can make memes. They're boring and uncreative. Yeah, but the problem is that the memes they do, they mean what they're saying.
Yeah, unfortunately, they were quite efficient on the propaganda side.
Yeah. So we thought, okay, one of the points was comprehensive sexual education. So what is the problem with this? Maybe it's saying sexual education, the problem. But comprehensive sexual education is not only about sexual health, it's about all the relationships we make too. It's about self care, and not only we're talking about having sex or not. And of course, we all are in the asexual spectrum, so we could think about the above. So that's why we rename it as comprehensive social, psychological, um, affective sexual education. I would say like this: we the sexual somewhere in the middle, so we say sexual, right? Like a strategy. And we said, okay, when you go to a municipality with a project for CNS for CNS,
Hmm.
no, comprehensive sexual education, CSE, yeah, for CSE, and maybe the person in charge of that educational department in the municipality wants to do it because the person thinks it's important, but suddenly the folder disappears because another person that is in charge of putting the things in order didn't think it was important, forgot about it, or they hid it. So these decision maker making people are everywhere in the institutionality. So we said they need to be trained, and they need to understand, and they need to be sensibilized on these topics. So there was a project with Amnesty International. We got into this, and the very same day we lost, by the way, some of the like 4 days after we lost. And in there, SCM Mimuni was born with the help of many other people, but at the end of the day, it was Asearo in charge of it because um, losing that referendum was a huge hit on activism and on people. People really got depressed. Some people said that that was the worst uh, breaking up story
Hmm.
in their life,
Yeah.
like worse than romantic breakups and etc. etc. So we continued to struggle, and we did two training courses, two diploma courses in Santiago, the municipality of Santiago, which is the most biggest under the microscope and in front of the camera municipality in Chile. And in Ñuñoa, which is a more conservative kind of territory, we are doing one now in Santiago with a program called Open Schools within the education department in the municipality. We are planning to do a podcast. We are working on that. And we also participate in all these groups that work with the institution, like with the government and different things. We work also in health uh, uh, working groups, and we think that we are starting to get some results.
Oh yeah.
And yeah, let's say that in Ministry of Health uh, working group with the ministry and civilian organizations are working. We are not there because we couldn't go to that meeting, and we know that somebody's saying, "Okay, wait a minute, you're forgetting about sexual people.
Hmm.
They have needs and they have special ways they are harassed and they are uh, against. There's violence against them, unintended, granted, but we need to pay attention to that." So we are there, and we are. It's not that it's 100 people going to all these meetings. We're not that many.
Hmm.
So bottom line is, we are in a very, very, very little small country at the end of the world, and it's like three of us, four of us, two of us doing all this, and we can still do it. There's an A in the project of um, Cernatur, the tourism office. So, and from the government, I mean. So you guys that are listening to this crazy person from Chile, uh, I know you feel alone. I know you feel you are only one person and can do so little, but one person or two people can do a lot. Um, Sometimes you don't know what to do, how to do it. Take a course in how to talk to people. They are online for free. Go to YouTube. And I don't know. For instance, once we were in a park in a queer activity, and the mayor of Santiago was there. And I just went to her and I said, "Give me 2 minutes of your time." And in less than 2 minutes, I said, uh, who we are, what's the problem, what are we doing for to help these people, and what you can do. And she said, yes, you. She talked to one of her councils, and she said, okay, you talk to this person, go and do it. I want to be done. And we did this training in Santiago. So sometimes it takes like, okay, break a leg, let's go. You talk and you can do it.
I understand what's happened in Chile. Like, was very depressing, like for activists, as you said. But like as Aro Chile, as listening to you sounds like you are going strong. You are going strong, and you have ambitions and you have like strength for the future. I saw. I also put the comment on screen before. Like I see there are some Chilean people in the chat that like resonated with your uh, retelling of this recent history, and how it was an unexpected loss, and how
Yeah.
it was.
It makes
I
me
can
feel
understand
so
honestly,
hurt.
like that specific like sadness and frustration you feel uh, when not only you have put a lot of effort in something, but also like you thought people were better than that, and so you thought it was gonna be okay, and then as you mentioned, it was a wake up call for some people, because they said, oh, okay, so the situation is actually the society I live in is actually different than how I painted it. So I can really understand how that can be devastating, but like
Yeah.
you sound extremely like you and ASEARO Chile sounds like you're going strong, and you're doing like uh, you're acting for a change. And
Yeah.
I wanted, unless you wanted to add something on this, I wanted to ask something more to you,
Yeah. I
because
wanted to say something. Remember
go.
when you were a kid? Well, you're a teacher, right? And well, I'm like sort of hipster, hippie, like relaxed sort of teacher. When it comes to testing, when I evaluate, I do these evaluations, and you cannot do it in a written test, but I know you are doing a lot in class speaking test. I will, depending on the school, or I'll do it behind the back. I will test you again orally, and then you will get the grade that you can what you can do. I teach English, by the way.
Oh.
So yeah, uh, and if you come to me and I know that you've been struggling a lot, and you get a four, four is that you pass. We go to from
Mm.
one to seven.
Oh.
Uh, or let's say in percentage, 60% is passing. So you got 60%, and you made a big effort. And I see that you're super happy because you made a great effort and you got a passing grade. Uh, but if you're a very good student and you get 50%, which is not passing, and then you would be angry, not because I gave you the grade, but because you know that you didn't study. So my question was, what was that we didn't do?
Mm.
What did we did wrong? Because there were many things, as in sort of digital marketing and marketing in general, they did very well. And marketing is copying what we have been doing as um, ONGs or human rights organizations have been doing all this time. They are copying all this tactics. Tactic. That is a very hard word for me to say. And I thought there are people that we are not reaching. Why are so uh, asexual or arosexual activists are only young people versus trans activists that are like all ages. The first on the 23rd, April 23rd, here in Chile, in Santiago, was the first uh, covered all over the place media demonstration and was done by trans activists in 1973 before the coup d'etat. So they can reach all ages. Why can't we? So the question was this: we are using social media. Are we using it wrongly? How come I'm a computer, not computer geek. I only turn on Windows and turn it off. But I get into media a lot. And why didn't I know about asexuality until I was 48? What about other people my age, older than I am? Oh, we're gonna do this talk. And on the poster says at name. I didn't know what it meant. I didn't know that that was Instagram. Somebody else, another fellow activist told me, "Oh no, this is Instagram." But how do I know it is Instagram? So that's another thing we started doing. Let's do it for everybody, and it's hard to do
Hmm.
because young people, like such as yourself, are going to be, yeah, but it's obvious. No, show it to your grandma. See if she knows what this poster is about. So that also relates to creating SME, like
Hmm.
a branch, as I said, from Asearo.
Yeah.
Okay, you were going to ask something.
But like you open a very interesting topic, so I'm gonna stay here um, for a bit, but we still have time to discuss. Um, but yes, like the internet is a very, very useful and powerful tool for activism, especially for such a small community as ours. Like we are often dispersed and we need to find each other. But it has a lot of limits, and like we need to understand how to like reach people that are not on the internet, that are in different age brackets, that are in different demographic
Oh, they are
brackets,
in
that
the
are
internet, but we are not reaching them because we are not doing it in a way that they can understand it.
yes, of course. uh, and I wanted to ask you, like you mentioned something about this, but I wanted to ask you for something, you know, more concrete, like pragmatic tips. What did you, as Acero Chile, try to do to reach more people, to broaden the audience you have and the people you reach with the content, and also that means the struggles you're talking about as ACE and Aero people?
For example, just what Mick did, which is writing down the whole address for, because if I write only at Asearo Chile, I know idea what it is. I will think that it's an email, and I will be. But what goes before the email, and then after the email, it is .com, it is .it, it is .us, it is what? I don't understand it. We also added, you can see more differences in SME and Asearo Chile's publication. And we
Mm-hmm.
will be very thankful if you go to SME and you send us text if you tell us that if you there's some changes on the fonts, which means the type of letters we use, if it's too crowded, if it's not too crowded, that helps us. We also started, well, Asearo has been doing this for a long time. It's going to most of not only parades, but gatherings, conversations, talks, whatever, wherever we can go. And now other queer communities are talking about us. And like, for instance, we go to a meeting where we're talking about this group, this group, this group, and Memoria Transmasculina, which is a group that it's for um, trans boys. I don't know how to say it in English.
Mm-hmm.
And if they are not mentioned, we will be punching the table saying, you need to mention these people too. And then they do the same things for us. Hello, Memoria Transmasculina, we love you. And first that, also during the live, we try to remember every time, talk about how do I look so you can identify me. Um, the fonts, uh, trigger warnings are very important. And we also do uh, Telegram. We have WhatsApp group. There's a group on Instagram. There's a group on Facebook.
You
Um,
are everywhere.
we try to be everywhere because there's people that don't like Facebook because, oh no, I don't use Facebook because my mom is there, or I don't use Instagram because I don't understand it. And that's one big part. And also when we go to the Pride Parade, we go to with the counter hegemonic group,
Hmm.
because here it's done like everything is a celebration and everything is awesome. Na 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 na. Sort of like that, and there are no problems. We say no, okay, we are proud of what we are, but there are huge problems that our community faces. There's violence against us. There's discrimination against us. We need to put this on the table too.
Some
And
problems are all around the world, I have to say, with differences and specificities, but this resounds a lot, and we are like very far away, I'd say. There's an ocean between us.
yeah, and also we publish in Spanish.
Hmm.
Um, I wanted to I me Wilka wanted to be here because I have read a lot that asexuality, also like non-binary and agender, but especially asexuality and romantic people, it's just a trend. It's on fashion for English, European, rich, white people only on those countries. And now you're picking up this because it's on fashion and it's like, oh, it's a group. No, it is not. There's asexual people all over the world. Hello, from Chile. Uh, and that's why we publish in Spanish. And also because not many people uh, speak English as a second language, because that's uh, also about privilege.
Hmm.
And we
Of
acknowledge
course,
the privilege we have, uh, not only, okay, among our community, there are people that are really struggling, and we all are struggling. But from the moment you have internet, from the moment you have electricity, you're in a situation of privilege. And even when you're really struggling, you have a community that
yeah.
supports you. And that is also a privilege in itself. Because remember, there are other people that they could be maybe not economically speaking be struggling, but they are really lonely.
Hmm.
And I'm gonna do a maybe a trigger warning here, cause I don't know how you do that. Do you have a sign or something for
We
the
can. You have
trigger
to
warning?
give me 1 second though, because I have to create it. What is the trigger warning you wanted to write?
Uh, ace phobia maybe.
Okay, just wait 1 second. Trigger warning is phobia.
So people that are listening can Turn the volume down for a second, and then
Yeah, of course, and especially people who join, maybe they happen to join mid discussion and they didn't hear you announcing it at first. So now we have the trigger warning, guys, phobia, written down here on the screen. You should see it as well, so everyone will see it and will know. And you just tell me when you want me to remove it, and it's done.
okay.
You were saying?
So yeah, so um, being in like on the field, like going there to these working groups, to these meetings, etc., helps a lot because you have to be there. You have to be real. Otherwise, people would think that you are being homophobic,
Hmm.
and we have received some criticisms when we say, okay, we're gonna do this event, let's divide it by time, so later you can do the very sexual performances you can do wanna do. So ace people and ace people that are sex averse, they could leave and not be here. And there have been some threats. Even I'm gonna go there and walk around naked in front of the ace people so they can be they leave the place because you're trying to restrict us. Now, this happened very little here for us, very little, but it happened. So I forgot the other point I was going to say. Give me a second because my neurodivergency it's disconnect the Wi-Fi from my brain. Um, so when you are working with other people, other queer people, other queer activists, and they understand that it's not being conservative, being asexual is just as natural being allosexual. They understand this and they will support you too. You have allies there, and that's when you go to this working group with let's say health ministry, and you say, okay, you need to stop asking asexual people why are you not having sex, or I want to go to a surgery for not having children, which can happen to a uh, let's say arrow. I'm making a draft here only. Somebody that is arrow but is allosexual and that person doesn't want to have babies. If a woman goes to the doctor will say no because in the future maybe your husband will want to have babies, and
Hmm.
it happened in our community. And at
Yeah,
the
that
same time,
happens here too.
yeah, and at the same time here in Chile, what happens is that I wanna I'm getting out of the topic, but it's important for you to know. Um, people, women with disabilities or living in a disability condition, they have been taken by their mothers or father or a tutor to the doctor in order to force.
Uh, this would need a different trigger warning than as phobia,
Okay, then
though.
do it.
I think that if I know what you're getting to, like, I think it's a
Yeah,
very sensitive topic, and I don't want
we
to.
cannot talk.
I
We
don't
could
want to
keep it.
tell you not to talk about things, but if I had understood correctly what you're going to talk about, I would like
Change it.
edit
Yeah,
like the trigger warning briefly.
we are going to change the trigger warnings down here for people that don't want to listen to this.
Okay. Did I get it right?
Yeah. Exactly.
Yes. Okay, so let's let people, because I think this is a really a potentially really triggering and
Yeah.
also traumatic topic for a lot of people. So we put the
Yes.
trigger warning in case there's people who can't read it. The trigger warning reads ableism and forced sterilization. So if this is a topic you don't want to, you can't listen to, please feel free to switch the volume off right now.
So what happens here is that they are there's forced sterilization. These surgeries are done on people, and there is a double standard. Cause I'm a doctor, I will sterilize you without your consent. But if you come on your own will to ask me to sterilize you because you're asexual, I will say no because your future husband might want to have children. So those things are okay. I actually don't understand it. It's like, okay, make up your mind. You
Mhm.
wanna sterilize people or not? And that is something like I don't know how you put it. You could put it there, like um, denying the right of being sterilized. It's also about your sexual rights, because
Yeah.
among your sexual rights, it's deciding if you want or not either have sex or either have children.
Mhm.
So yeah,
I think the double standards you're talking about is something I had to fight against a lot, because before focusing on asexual activism and aspec activism more broadly, I was I started, let's say, with reproductive health and reproductive rights, and I think, there's under the patriarchy there are, and the society we live in that is ableist and cis heteronormative, racist. There are very strict rules. Like, right-wing parties always say that they want to have more. We need to have more children. We need, at least in Italy, we need to have more children because the country needs it. And look, if I care, I would say, but okay. But they actually have a very strict idea of who is deemed worthy to reproduce, because they want children, but they want only children that are in a very specific way. I'm not removing the trigger warning yet, because like disabled people face forced sterilization, but also let's think that so many laws for transgender people uh, ID change until few years ago, and some laws still require that you sterilize yourself if you want to go through that change on your documents. Even for Italy, it was like this a few years ago. You can't change your name on the documents and your gender marker on the documents until you have done a surgery that will make you infertile, sterilized, because they have a very specific idea of that also ties itself with racism, of who should make these more children that the nation needs. It's always like, but when you say, well, I'm queer, I want to have children, it's a no. But when you are not, in their idea, in their opinion, not queer, not disabled, it's suddenly you have to, because you have a duty. We will not allow you not to have children. So yeah, it's a double standard, but it actually
low
comes from
rate,
like,
low rate payment labor. That's
mhm.
what it was. Um,
Vilka,
And
I will, if it's okay, I will remove the trigger warning. Yeah.
yeah,
I'd also ask someone in the tech support, which is poopy, by the way. Someone in the, I make it sound like we have 10 peoples working on
yeah,
10 peoples. Come on, who cares? IAD is the day I can have, I can make mistakes in English. But to also write that we um, remove the
the
trigger warning in the chat, because I think that the chat is readable by screen readers while the video would not.
uh-huh.
Uh, uh, I see there's, oh, right. Some people is starting
Yeah.
to join from North America and Canada as well. So I see
Hello,
a
people
Can-
from the U.S. and Canada and I don't know, Mexico maybe because also that's
I
North
see
America.
Brazil, Argentina, Canada. There are some people there. Oh,
Uh-huh.
and the UK. Yes, Europe is still up.
Yeah,
Uh,
Canada and the U.S. must be starting to be very happy because spring is coming, is here, and we are here in the south of the world. We are starting to freeze. Okay, not that freezing, but it's cold for me.
uh,
And yeah,
Vilka, I wanted to ask you something, if you still have time, because I know we
yeah,
are
I have
running
all
out
the
of
time of the
time.
world.
Okay, great. Because I think that, like, um, mm, ironically speaking, but like the
I love it.
next,
Bye bye, Nick.
the next people who should have the next person who should have a panel is not responding to the messages. So we may have an empty slot. So we have an idea for that, but first we can take some more minutes for a question. Like, what I wanted to ask is what I asked every other person that came as a spotlight to their country. So, like, is there something that makes that you think is the specificity, the particular thing that is part of your struggles and your needs, of your perspective as an ace person, that comes from the fact that you are in Chile? I don't know, this question sounds strange in this
Yeah, no,
panel, because
I think
everything you've said was like talked a lot about being in Chile, Chilean history, Chilean culture. But if there's something more you'd like to add, like,
yes, yes.
what is the
Okay,
asexual Chilean experience as an
there's
activist and as
something.
an
Yeah,
asexual
there's
person?
something that go across everywhere. Cause I was lucky. I met somebody from the from Asearo during the pandemic. We had a group named Seminario from like seminary by it was a seminary because we took the F and whatever. Um, and Gabby from Acero Chile was there once, and she said, "I am asexual," and everybody like, "What is that?" And then it was like, "Oh my God, that's me!" And I came here. I was lucky, and so I started to look for information, and I couldn't find information in Spanish. I mean, not many. But I don't care because I think in English. So I start speaking in English, and even if you ever come to me essay and talk to me in Spanish, it will be very difficult for me to switch because now my brain has you in English. So, but I'm privileged. And I have seen many, many people saying that we need, okay, behind me, it's my asexual flag and it's starting to show on my screen. And it is a little bit distracting for me. So,
Asexual visibility.
yeah, that is visibility for the asexual. And okay, let me do this there. Okay, whatever. Um, okay, how can I put it? Of course, doing a conference or a talk in English gives you status, uh, puts you in the map. Okay, this person or these people are talking to the world, and that is great. But the number of people that speak English are not that many. When we go into investigations, and we don't do it in our native tongues, there's people that we're not reaching. When and of course publishing an investigation and in an indexed, I think it's the word, magazine, of course it gives you status, but that is very hard to do. Um, so we need more panels, more books, more publications translated into other languages. Let's go to the history of the Bible. Many people was there only because with in the masses, without really understanding, because everything was done in Latin. And then somebody said, okay, let's translate this into Spanish so people can understand what we're talking about. And that changed everything. It changed the course of history in the world. So that's one thing. We need things done in native language and our own languages. Um, we need also to be in the academia. I know the academia doesn't want activism, but they want it at the same time. Academia now is talking about doing podcasts. I know in Canada they are doing it. Way to go, Canada! They are doing podcasts and they are accepting that a professor does podcast instead of maybe publishing in written. But what about us? We are still under the microscope as a bug, as a virus, as a bacteria that needs to be studied. So the academia doesn't open the doors to those that maybe have been into the academia a little bit. We have gone to the university, we have studied, we know how to do this, but they don't open the doors for, let's see, me, Wilka, or Kath, or other people that I know that could teach you guys in the academia about this.
Yeah.
Oh no, because you have never published. Okay, you don't have. You're not a doctor. You haven't done. You don't have a doctor's degree. You are not working. Yeah, queer
Mm.
people many times, and intersection with neurodivergences people are jobless. That happens because we are talking about ableism as a system of
Yeah.
oppression. Although a matronormative is a system of oppression, and we're out of under the root. We are in a subaltern state, and that needs
Mhm.
to stop. So that's what we need. We need to, cause okay, why academia is important? Because
Uh,
academia provides the data for the government to create policies.
yeah,
So
of course.
that's what I
Uh,
think.
Thank you, Vilka. I see that Sana is in the background, in the backstage. So Sana, I'm going to put you on stage now, so we can have like a passage from Chile to Pakistan. We are moving like a flipper across all the world. So Vilka, thank you so much. It was amazing.
You're
It was
welcome.
lovely. I don't know if you'll be available later, if you will join any other panels, if you'll chat with people a bit more. It would be amazing to see you again. It was lovely. Thank you for being here. So I'll
Yeah.
say goodbye.
Thank you, and hello, Sana, and greetings from the other part of the world, Chile.
Hi, Bianca.
Nice to meet you.
It was lovely to hear you
And
speak.
So, Sana, hello.
Hi, how?
I don't know, like the chat right now was full of people from Chile. I don't know if there are going to be like some friends, some ace people from Pakistan join us. I really hope there are.
I hope so.
So so you are the founder of Pakistani Asexuals, and we transition. I'm sorry for the a few minutes of delay. So we transition right into the next panel, and tell us a bit, if you want, about yourself. Introduce yourself. Who is Sana?
Right. I am a biomedical scientist by profession, and I research on cervical cancer. And I am actually based in London at the moment. Um, I came up with the idea of forming Pakistani asexuals about 4 or 5 years ago when somebody, I had been very vocal about asexuality in my social circle. And whenever somebody had questions about asexuality, my friends will just tag me in the post or something, and then they'd come and talk to me. And then I realized that Pakistani asexuals, the people in Pakistan who may identify or fall somewhere on the spectrum, do not have that safe space to speak to someone or ask questions or just mingle with aces, because we can understand each other better than people who don't identify as aces. So I created the safe space for Pakistani asexuals. But because it is a country where LGBTQIA, the whole thing, is still um, very much a taboo, where people can be lynched or sentenced to death or penalized in other ways for being homosexual or bisexual. Um, Asexuality is very poorly understood. The people who make fun of you, especially for men, I would say, people who are cis men, or who uh, they would say that how can a man not enjoy having sex? This is something beyond their understanding, because even for me, there were so many people who have come to me and said, how can you not enjoy life when you're not having sex? And I'm like, because there's many more things to life than just being sexually involved with somebody. So I identify as heteroromantic, um,
Mm-hmm.
touch repulsive ace. I'm not very good with touches, but it's another thing that people do not understand. I like my personal space, and if somebody comes too close or starts touching me for, no rhyme or reason, like just on the shoulder or something, so it actually kind of annoys me. And this safe space that I have, I am the sole admin of it, of the group on Facebook.
Mm-hmm.
It's called Pakistani Asexuals, but it is a very close knitted group, and I go through a lot of vetting before adding somebody to the group, because in the past there was somebody who wanted to be a part of it when I first started it, and then I realized that they were just one of those people in the Cape, and trying to harass aces. And after that, it has become very important for me to safeguard the identity and protection of all the people who are members and who identify as aces. Um, so it's a very small community that I know of. There is another group as well, but they're quite open, and they use the term, and I think they're more about meeting people. But the people in my group are ones who have not come out to their families even, or people who do not understand. Again, in Pakistan, I've had some very, very educated friends who I thought would have understood what asexuality meant, but they would come and call their dry period as being their asexual phase, or being asexual before getting married. Pakistan is a country where you can't. I mean, I'm sure people do have intimate relationships before getting married, but you can't openly have it. It's not. It's considered one of the biggest sins under the Islamic law. So just because you've not had sexual relationship does not mean you're an asexual. So for me, that is very important to be vocal about it, to tell people that how important it is for aces to have that identity, that space, that they can be seen, they can be heard, because again, a lot of people on my page comment thinking I am a lesbian or homosexual or something else, because they cannot muster the fact that asexuality is something. So that's how I created this group, and we have a very small, very close-knitted family of aces in Pakistan.
Well, thank you. You said a lot of very interesting things. I'm not sure, you probably mentioned it and I lost it, but how long has Pakistani asexual existed? Like, when was it born?
So I formed the group about 5 years ago. Before that,
Oh,
I was I was just myself talking about asexuality
yeah.
without forming an organization, but now I've created it. So I have actually been recognized by the government of UK as well. And last year on Women's International Day, I was given an award. She Inspires under the LGBTQ category for at the House of Lords. And,
Well,
and I have been interviewed by a lot
I
of.
feel humbled, honestly. I'm like here with this comically large t-shirt in my kitchen. I've been awake for like 10 hours already, and like I'm well, okay. Like I know there are. You're not even the only award-winning person on this stream. Not me, I mean. Like, so there are so many amazing people today. I literally can't wrap my head around it. I agree with Vilka in the comments. Wow, you rock. Tell us more about it. Was it because of your advocacy for asexuality?
Yes, it was actually because of advocacy for asexuality, and because I have a condition called endometriosis, which affects 1 in 10 women. So I also create awareness on women's health. But as an ace woman, when you go through certain procedures, it is extremely traumatic. It is extremely unsettling. Like, for example, pap smear, or most of my procedures have to take place through my because it's all the reproductive organs and sexual organs that are affected because of endometriosis. So everything has to be done through my vaginal route, and it is really as an ace person who've never been active sexually, it's quite traumatic. So I do create awareness on that as well. So I think it is very important for doctors, how Wilka was saying that I just came in towards the end when she was mentioning about academics, and when they were mentioning about academics, and how we need to create awareness for them as well, to know that being an ace person, it's not easy to go through certain procedures. Like my last pap smear, the nurse was really, really helpful, where I kept on delaying my pap smear for 6 months because I was just too scared. And when I told them that this is the reason why I had delayed it for 6 months, they were very helpful. So I think, again, academics, and we need to talk more about it in professional settings, especially related to medicine, because not every person who goes into doctors to get certain procedures done, or certain procedures that must be done, are comfortable with whatever is happening. So yes, that's why I was recognized for creating awareness on both issues. And because in Pakistan, I've actually received death threats as well. I had an interview with BBC and Daily Mail, and the kind of comments I received under those videos and articles, and even on my page, the people who keep coming and telling me, especially from Pakistan, they'll say that, oh, why don't you just come and have sex with me, and I'll tell you, you've not been with the right person. And I think that's very typical, and they don't understand. And even on my endometriosis page that I run, it's the same thing, like if I'm talking about, for example, patholin gland cyst, it's a common thing that happens for certain reasons, and there are people who are like, oh, it happens because of masturbation. I'm like, where is your science degree? I'm going to chuck my science degree away. So yes, I think it's very important to educate, and I also realize that a lot of people don't know. And in Pakistan, one of the major reasons why the ACEs group is so close to me, and I am very particular about how I add people in, is because I've seen a lot of women posting on groups where they say that their husbands are not interested in them, and they have their needs. So I believe that, I think you need to be open about it with the person you're getting married to, because they may not be ACE, they may not understand. Some people just do it because of the family and societal pressure. Then they're supposed to have kids as well, because and they want to make their own kids, not adopt them, because there's so many people in the world you can adopt as well. But if it's a woman who is an ACE woman getting married to a hetero man, I feel that they would be at a risk of marital rape, and that's very common in Pakistan as well. So these women need to be heard. The more people hear about it, the to normalize it, that it is okay. And I do tell them that this is the most halal way of life, because you're not getting involved in unwanted sexual relationships. So yes, that's why I was recognized for being vocal, not backing off from what I'm doing.
You mentioned so many interesting topics, like thank you about you. First of all, I'd like to ask you if you want to say out loud what your endometriosis awareness page is named, so we can look it up and maybe put the link in the chat as well, so people can check that out as well. If it's okay.
Yes, it's called the Endomentalist, the _endo_mentalist. But even if you search my name, Sana Kardar, on Instagram, it will come up as a second option. The reason why endomentalist, because endometriosis is a condition that affects female hormones, estrogen and progesterone. And obviously, when your hormones are disturbed, your mental health gets disturbed as well. And until now, endometriosis is was considered a reproductive organ condition, but it's actually a systemic condition which affects every single cell in your body. So that's why it's endomentalist, affecting your mental health as well.
It's extremely interesting. And also, like you talked about healthcare and navigating healthcare as an asexual person. There are so many different asexual, every asexual person is different, and we have so many different needs, and so we need to focus on each and every one of them. And you are focusing on, for example, like how it can be traumatic or difficult to undergo certain procedures, as when you're not you're not and you don't want to be sexually active, or you are sex averse. So that's extremely interesting. And something else you said was very interesting to me, the fact that even when things are uncomfortable, having a healthcare professional that is informed and understanding is literally a game changer. And I feel that sometimes when we mention our needs, our struggles, and what we would like to change, what we want for our rights to live a good life, we are usually told that that's not something you really need. Asexuals are okay, they are fine. And so for example, healthcare even when LGBT, at least in Italy, this happened, that even when LGBT groups advocated for changes in healthcare, asexual people were left out, although healthcare is one of the main spaces in which we are discriminated. I'm sorry, of course, about the comments you mentioned. Like, you're doing a wonderful thing, and I know you know that. I can understand that that can bring a lot of pressure. I wanted to ask. You said that like LGBTQIA plus activism in Pakistan, there's not much of it, but also because it's very strongly repressed by cultural and social, by culture and society. I wanted to ask you if there is, although something there, as far as queer activism, LGBT activism is concerned, and what is the relationship between LGBT activism and maybe ACE activism, ACE visibility? Are there the LGBT spaces there? Are they inclusive to your struggles and your the topics you bring to the table as an asexual advocate?
So LGBT activism is there. There are a lot of trans people actually, and a lot of women who are actually taking it ahead. However, it's very, some people who are brave enough to do it are doing it. Like, for example, the Women March that happens in March.
Yeah.
We don't have, although June is the Pride month, but we can't have Pride.
Yeah, of course.
Walks and stuff, but Pride March. But they take the opportunity during the Women's March where they raise their awareness. It's still very closeted. We don't have a formed community. Everyone is doing their own bits separately because it's very difficult to trust.
Yeah.
And I think most activists who are working on any of such things are based outside Pakistan because that's probably the only way to do it. Because of the conditions and society and all the stigma attached to LGBT, and how the religion is brought into picture, and that is used against you to penalize you. So a lot of people are really afraid. So we don't have we do have Facebook groups, but again, you can't trust everyone. As I said, in my group as well, there was somebody who claimed to be an asexual and answered all the questions that I would ask an ace person before adding them, because obviously I don't want to discourage people as well, so I have to navigate accordingly. And when I asked them, they entered, and then I realized that they were harassing other people. They even started harassing me on my pages, and I had to remove them. And then,
well, yeah, of course.
Yes, then there are certain people who have certain health conditions. Like, somebody tried to get in touch with me a lot of people get in touch with me to get married, for me to help them find an ace girl, and I don't think that's a good thing. I'm not in position to, I don't want to take the liability of putting one ace person at risk because I don't know the other person. I did some digging, and this person was in other groups which had HIV positive groups. And I'm like, I can't let somebody, just because you have HIV and you want an ace woman just to get married, it's not right. You need to get treated, you need to get your things. We are not that somebody that can be used as a punching bag or as the last resort. There are groups like Asexual Singles on Facebook which can be used, where people will be informed. I'm not a matrimonial group. So
sorry, I will interrupt you for a moment because someone in the chat asked for a trigger warning, actually.
Oh, okay.
Can I ask the person in the chat to be to write what trigger warning they want added, please, if they can? I don't know, because they just wrote trigger warning. Okay, maybe they answered sexual violence. Okay. Okay, sorry. You were saying.
Yes, so I was saying that these there are groups like asexual singles where two people can communicate and get to know each other, and if they want to take it forward, that's their choice. But again, I'm not a matrimonial group. I am a support group for ACEs, and that's what I do. So LGBT, the people who know me in the LGBT community that in Pakistan that are aware of me, they are very supportive. But again, asexuality is very poorly understood in many parts of the world. Even in the UK, I would say that it's still very poorly understood. It's not just developing countries, but countries like UK. When I remember my Daily Mail article, when that got published, there were people in the comments who were from the UK, native English people, and they had a lot of objection to it as well. Although they are not as threatening as people in Pakistan, but they do have issues. So it's very hard for me to make people understand. But I am working on it, and I'll keep being vocal and make sure that ACEs in Pakistan and UK do get that visibility that they deserve.
Thank you. Thank you so much for what you do, honestly. Is there something, again, I'm in the same situation as before, that the next panel is about Poland. And right now they are not answering to the messages, but maybe they will come at the right time, perfect one. And so I will ask another question because it's in the chat. Since you mentioned that you think asexuality is actually poorly understood in the UK as well, I think starting from that, someone asked in the chat, how do you feel about the asexual community in the UK? Okay, I think the Polish people are here as well. So great, this is the question, and then we're moving to the next panel.
Okay, I will quickly answer. I wouldn't want them to keep waiting. So ACE community in the UK is quite big, and I have seen them at the Pride March in London in June. There is a whole part of them that take part in the Pride March, and the community is there. However, people who are not asexuals or who are not ACEs find it difficult to understand that how can somebody be happy without certain aspects of life, of how can because it's a huge spectrum again in asexuality. And I think asexuality is an umbrella term, just like sexuality, and how LGBTQ is under sexuality, people who are sexually active. It's the same thing with the LGBTQ people. Maybe they could be heteroromantic like myself, or homoromantic, or aromantic, and there is a whole diverse spectrum. I think it got a bit more attention because of being visible in media. Like, for example, Sex Education show on Netflix did have an episode or a segment on asexuality. So a lot of people came to me and tried to understand. There are a lot of people who come to me from the British community and from Pakistani community who like to understand it genuinely, would like to know more. And then there are people who would just take a mickey. And in India as well, recently there was a movie which I got interested in watching because the woman is asexual and is married off to a normal hetero man, a cis man, and but she just did what I did not initially. I liked it that, oh wow, Indian community is actually making movies on asexuality, because there have been a lot of movies on LGBT in India. But what really upset me was that the woman who gets married to this man just doesn't like him, and that's why claims to be an asexual. So I thought that was a bit sad. But then I also thought that it could be a way of getting that word across to the masses. and then they might be interested in knowing more. Although it was misrepresented, again, a lot of people would just use asexuality as a term to not have sex with somebody they don't like. I mean, that shouldn't be the case. They should say no. But in certain communities, you can't say no. And that's a very, very sad thing. So again, the community is great in the UK, but I think a lot of people do need more understanding on what asexuality is. And that can be done through visibility, podcasts, and, events like today.
Sana, thank you so much. It was short but extremely intense. I will look up your project on endometriosis. I think it's extremely interesting. And I also, I have, as I mentioned before, I have started my activism with reproductive health, specifically for me. And so I love, it's my favorite thing where there are ACE people doing advocacy on reproductive health or women health or queer health. Like, I love to see asexual people in activism for healthcare. So it was so nice to meet you. I hope we can have, like, next year I'm gonna book you in advance, and we are going to reserve 1 hour for Pakistan. And there are a lot of thanks for you in the chat, and people saying that was awesome, and I really, really agree. I can't see, actually, Polish people lied because I can't see them in the guests list. So Polish people, get their ass up. Thank you so much.
I will also put my link for the endometriosis page in the chats, if that's okay.
Yes, of course. Thank you very much. And we will put it on screen so people can see it, and it will remain in the video. It was lovely, lovely, lovely to meet you.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Hello.
Hey. So I'm gonna be replacing S, who's about to pass out because she's been up since 4 a.m. in the morning. So first of all, welcome. Sorry for the little miscommunication there. So
yeah, I apologize also because I already silenced my phone, so I didn't see the message.
Oh, that happens to me all the time. Don't worry. So let me change the prompt. Edit.
While Poop is doing this, I will just mention that the problem is I now realize you were in the Discord, but I didn't know that was you because the name is different. Then so I was like, oh yeah, right. They are actually here. So I contacted you on Instagram. Okay. I don't know if Matthias, my Chilean fan, is still here. I want to say that no, I'm not going to sleep, but I really need to get up from this chair. So I will listen to you, but let me wake up and also have lunch because it's 3:30 here. I love you all.
Okay, so
bye.
Oh wait, there we go. So, well, as already mentioned, we're gonna be transitioning into the panel who's gonna be putting the spotlight on our friends from Poland. So if you want to go ahead and introduce yourself and tell us a bit about your organization.
Sure. So my name is Juno, or Juno, whichever you prefer. I am representing Association Asfera, which is the only Polish association of ace people. I don't think if there's a country that has more than one. So we are not unique in that. We have been active since 2020. I think technically the association was founded in 2019, but yeah, we started active. Oh my god, we started acting in 2020, and right now I would like to share with you all the things that has happened in our community in the past year. There are some mostly good things, one mishap. Yeah. So as described in the Instagram post, mainly we would like to show you the artworks that we have organized as a celebration of launch of our website. That is the first news. We have finally managed to create our own website, so we don't rely solely on Facebook or Instagram, although they are very important because, well, that's where people are. So if we want to reach them, we have to be active there. But now we have our own website, which is just a more stable source of information and yeah, our little corner of the internet. So could I start the presentation? Would that be okay?
Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead.
All right, we will try sharing the. Can you see it now?
Perfect.
Because I'm not sure if yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So this is our new website. It is in Polish. Obviously we well, there is really not really a need to translate it because it is mainly for Polish people. And here we have our lovely artworks. So as you can see, there is we will scroll. There is a big variety. We didn't really have any video entrances or audio entrances, mainly visual artworks, and some are more how to put it, straightforward than the others. So this was one of my favorites, the tie-dye t-shirts. So yeah, as you can see, the creativity is strong with our community. Yeah, we had also a photo, some digital art, some classic art, some figurines. This is an asexual knight and an asexual vampire. We also had lovely. I saw so much. I want these two as stickers. I need to print them for myself because the cat especially is so cute, and the pigeon obviously has a piece of garlic bread. If you had any doubts about it, we also had two posters from one person, and our winner was this beautiful grief. We also employed the author of this artwork to make some graphics for today, actually. So you can see if you want to, you can see them on our Facebook page and on our Instagram. Two were already published. The third one will go up in 20 minutes, I believe. So this was our winner. We also had some subversive art and embroidery. This also I liked very much. I love embroidery. Yeah, so that's it. You can go. I will put the. If you give me 1 second, I will put the link to our website in the chat. So if you want to, you can visit it for yourself. 1 second.
Yeah, and like super talented people. Like the embroidery one, I love it. But like
Yeah.
the dye, like the shirts is like not only the creativity, but like the talent to make that work and like have it look as good as that. If I try to do that, I would probably end with like a big purple stain in the middle of the shirt. Just like, um but yeah, I think like it's interesting to see how different members of our community express themselves through art, um because as you say, like we've got plenty of talented individuals in our community, as like shown here.
Yeah. And this milk is also, yeah, sexual attraction free. uh, yeah, this is also very clever. This looks like a postcard, I think. And the posters, I also really like that. Yeah, this in this modern style. Uh, yeah, so that's our first news. The second one, I will stop sharing. The second one is that the book Ace by Angela Chen was published in Polish, and this is the yeah the cover is very different. There was much contention about it. It looks much better in person than in the on the screen. So yeah, when I saw it in person, my feelings were somewhat appeased, as you could say. And it's great that it was published. Unfortunately, there were a few mishaps with this publication because the translation was not at all consulted with ACE community, to our knowledge. Our association, nor any activists that we know, we were not consulted. So there are few translations that are less than perfect, so to say. Uh, we published a letter about it. The initiative for writing such a letter was actually proposed not by our association. It was totally grassroots initiative, and a few members of our community drafted a letter that pointed out, well, our disappointment, frankly, because the publisher, it's a well-established publisher that has very good opinions. They mainly publish non-fiction books. So they are very serious, very good publisher, and we were really disappointed that such company did not even try to reach out to consult the experts, so to say. Maybe I'm not an expert personally. Well, because I don't want to toot my own horn, but there are psychologists and language specialists among us, so they could have very easily pointed out the mistakes that were made. The main issue was that the translator translated attraction is libido a few times, which is bonkers, because Angela herself in her book points out that these are two completely different things, right? And then a few chapters later, such mistake is made. It's really bizarre, frankly. There are also some other smaller ones, but this was the biggest one. So yeah, we published the letter, and the publisher reached out to us privately. They did not make any public statement so far. I'm really hoping they will do it, because it's such a shame that, well, people will read this book and they will gain some, maybe not strictly false information, but not accurate information, and they won't even know that, yeah, these mistakes were made. So they responded to us, and they said that if there is a second edition, they will, as per our request, employ one of our one of our members to do the correction. Because we insisted that it will not be done for free. Because at first they asked us to send over our critiques, and we did not do that because that would be making a correction for free, essentially. So if there is a second edition, then we employ her. But we do not know if there will be a second edition, right? Because if the book doesn't sell too well, it won't be. It might not be published again. They also invited us to a podcast. I went to record it last Wednesday, and it was published today. Unfortunately, the podcast was in the form of a conversation with a reporter that was not directly linked to the publisher. So I didn't really have a space to point out the mistakes, because the person I was talking to was not responsible for them in any way. I don't know if it was made on purpose, or it's just the way in which they make their podcast. But it's nonetheless, it's good that it was created. It was published today. We will be sharing it either later today or tomorrow, because there are many things to share on just one day. So we might be sharing it tomorrow. So that's net positive, I think, even given all the circumstances. And still, I'm very happy that the book was published, because it's mainly okay. So yeah. All right.
Yeah, I think no, I was just gonna say that, like, first of all, it's amazing that the book got translated in the first place, but I also think that that's kind of the problem with employing translators who are not familiar with the community, or like the LGBT community, like in broader terms. Because like, sure, you can be a great translator, but if you're not in contact with the community, there is lots of terminology that won't be familiar to you. So you're very prone to make these mistakes, especially if like whoever is doing the correction of the book isn't familiar with the community as well. So I think it's very important that you guys brought this up with the book publishers, and I'm glad they actually had like a nice feedback of like, okay, we will consult with you next time. Yeah, but I do agree that like with how big that book is, the fact that they wanted you to like send them the like, bro, do you know how long that's gonna take? My time is for free. Like, I think there's a lot of underestimation, you could say, about like activism and our work. It's like, yeah, sure, I'm doing this because I want to raise awareness, but like that doesn't mean I'm gonna like give you my work time for free either, you know, like.
Yeah, exactly. I will actually, just for myself, because I didn't read the original, I will definitely do it myself, just to see how much really was it, because there are some places where I am pretty sure that the original word was different than what it got translated to, but maybe there is more. And I will only know it when I read the original and I compare the two. For sure, I know the other one is that she translated sex favorable to sex positive, essentially. And that is, that's an easy mistake to make if you do not have contact with our community, right? All right, well, yeah, let's change the topic to something more positive. Last year, we had another article published in a major newspaper with interviews. I took part in it, and also 2 or 3 other people, and it was done, very respectfully. I think that one also was very good. unfortunately, it is behind the paywall, but there are ways to get around that if you want to. So, yeah.
We're
I
not
don't know if
endorsing piracy. Maybe.
yeah. The way to get behind the paywall is to pay, right? That's what I meant, obviously. No, not any other thing. Yeah. Mm, okay.
I go
Also,
away for 2 minutes and you start doing illegal things.
No, I don't know what you're talking about. No.
So this year we also continued our support in the of the asexual community in the form of support groups and meetup groups. I think one was created actually this year. This year, I mean, since the last International Asexuality Day, right? So we have one in the center of the country, one in the south, one in the north. That's not too many because Poland is not that small of a country, but it's still really good. I think the one in the south is organized by me. I will this year try to maybe make the meetups more frequent because the feedback is always really positive, and the meetups are great. This is really one of the best forms of activism for me, the most fun, because you get to meet the people, eat some good food or drink something good. Usually, in June we had a picnic in the park. That was very fun. A lot of people came. I highly recommend it if you have a space to do that, and if the weather is favorable. It is really a great way to spend time because there is no pressure to buy anything, or there is sometimes we run into the problem of more people showed up than anticipated, and there is no place in the cafe. So there is no such problem when you make a picnic. So that's great. I don't know. I think this is pretty much it. I see that we have a few more minutes left, so I don't know if there are any questions.
Yeah, no, I just want to echo your words that besides doing what I call active activism, where it's like getting involved, going to Pride, doing this, like giving talks or whatever. There's also this side of activism that is just like getting together with other people of the community, empowering them, helping them feel better, understood, not alone, and like right now we can't do picnics because there's a mosquito invasion in Argentina. But like back in the day with my organization, we used to do like these picnics, as you say, as well. And I think like lots of people used to come and they were like, oh, I'm so glad like there's someone doing this, there's more people in the community. There's also a group in Argentina called Club Asexual 2.0, which I'm a member of, and we have like monthly get-togethers. We're mainly getting together like in cafes or places like that because of it's a public space, and maybe like people don't want to go to someone's house if they don't know them or whatever, and also for like the whole group's safety. But yeah, I think like meetups are also like a great way of activism.
Yeah. I saw you highlighted for a second comment about WhatsApp in Warsaw. I didn't know about them actually, but it reminded me that there is one more place in Poznań as well. There is one person. He is not part of Asfera, but he organizes regular meetups. Yeah, so thank you for the comment because so there is more actually than I thought, and yeah, that's great.
Can I just say it's amazing to meet you because I'm kind of a fan of Aspera, honestly. Yes, I'm back, Poopy. What are you gonna do about it? Oh yeah, I'm a big fan of yours because like you always seem to be doing such cool activism. Like I wish it was like Aspera every time. No, I'm
Oh my
joking.
God,
My
thank you.
advocacy group is amazing, but like you look amazing on social media. Let me tell you, like you're great.
Thank you. That means so much because yeah, I sometimes feel that I could be doing so much more. And to be honest, yeah, I personally, because as Farah as a whole, we have some amazing people, but I personally, yeah, I need to do more, frankly. Thank you.
I think that's kind of what we all feel like when you live in a horrible world. You always feel like I could do just a tiny bit more and fix this other situation. But the reality is we can't do everything. We can't do a 24-hour live stream, but we are doing it. We do what we can, and you just
Yeah.
you do such amazing things. Like I think that sometimes Google Translate still is not the best for Polish because sometimes I don't fully understand what is written in the posts, but I get the idea. And like I think we are collectively doing such amazing things, and sometimes
Yeah.
we should just pat ourselves on the back and say, "Yay, we are cool."
I can give you a sneak peek. We are planning another billboard campaign, but that's not in the nearest future. But we have a dream to do it again. Hopefully, bigger and better this time.
Can I'm not sure we published like I was as I said listening and saw the art, but I couldn't see it in details, and I would really like to see the art you showed before better.
Yeah.
I don't think we shared the link in the chat, so maybe this is
Well,
something we.
I send it. Yeah, my username on YouTube is Erundilme. So they yeah, but you can put it. It's what happens if I put it in the chat of the call?
You put it in the okay. No, I can't
Oh,
find it.
maybe
Sorry,
if I put
I lied.
like that,
No,
then it
I've
gets
got it.
highlighted.
I'm gonna drop it in the YouTube chat now, and I'm gonna also add a banner. And just wait. My cat touching things she shouldn't be touching. Just to go back about like, oh, I could be doing more and such. I think it's like super easy for us to be hard on ourselves and be like, oh, I
Yeah.
should be doing more. I could like be doing this. I could be doing that. And I don't know. I think sometimes we need to stop and look back at everything we've done, and be like, wow, I've actually done so much. Because this has happened to me in the past, like where I feel, oh, I'm not doing enough or whatever. And then I speak with someone and they're like, what do you mean? You're doing this, you're doing that, you're multitasking, you're studying, you're working, you're doing activism, you're coordinating a 24-hour live stream, you're doing translation. And I'm like, oh, wow, you're actually right. Like sometimes we don't like really realize how much we're contributing.
One last thing before, unless you have something more you wanted to say. I saw you thinking about it, but
well, the only thing I want to say is thank you for organizing AD. Because without you, that it wouldn't happen literally. So thank you for that.
yeah, it was amazing, and so many wonderful people worked on it, and I'm so happy and so proud of working with this group of people. And I love IAD. Like I think it's one of the most satisfying things I'm doing in activism right now. So I'm happy about it. I also wanted to ask you, oh God, sorry, I got distracted because there's a cat. You have more than one, because these I hadn't seen before.
Yes, I've got like 10 cats or something. This is Raven for obvious reasons. And she's like the one that's closest to me, I guess. Like she's always following me around and stuff. Right now, oh, we lost this. Right now, she's just being like very clingy because she actually wants me to open the door so she can go outside. So her way of saying that is just like jumping on my lap and being like, "Hi, mom, I love you." You know, like, yeah, I know what you want.
Well, you can go and make Raven happy. The only thing I wanted to mention is that I was talking to Peter from NOA, the Netherlands Organization for Sexuality, before, and I asked Peter how he feels are the contacts and relationships between groups and associations in Europe, because in the past I had like the strange I don't know, impression that like as an Italian activist, I know I have like stronger contacts and links with people that are outside of Europe, and then not with my neighbors like Poland, Hungary, the Netherlands, France, and so on. And so this is a plea once again to do. Let's chat a bit more together. Let's meet one day. We should do an ACE-PAC Pride. Hungary did an ACE Pride last year. When is the next one? So,
is this the question for me?
I don't know if it's a question. It's just like, let's write to each other more. I really think we should know more about each other among European groups.
That's true. There will be, I think, an opportunity because next year is 20 years of Avon, if I'm not mistaken.
I think
so.
Yeah, I think it's more.
2005 was. Let me see real quick. Oh my God. My Google skills are lacking.
I see that Ace is already in the backstage while we're talking, so we may as well, Ace, if you agree, we may as well have you jump in as well while we're waiting for the other people that wanted to chat with us.
Okay, so last thing, let me correct the misinformation. It was founded in 2001. So in 2 years, there will be 25-year anniversary. So then we have to...
The Avon Jubilee.
So, yeah.
It was lovely. If you want to stay for more or come back for panels that interest you later and chat with us, please do. It will be great. And thank you for everything.
Yeah, thank you too. Now, right now, I do have to go, unfortunately, but I will have you in my earphones for sure.
Thank you.
Okay, so thank you. Bye-bye. Have a good day.
So, for this panel, there's a lot of people who were interested in the topic, like because Ace, I'm gonna, so many people. I'm gonna leave you to introduce yourself, but I just want to say that like Ace wrote to us, filling in the form we made for Aces Never Sleep, and that's how I found out about their project, Teaching Inside the Binary. It is like absurdly amazing. And so I asked Ace if it was okay if they wanted to do like maybe a panel or a chat together about education, about queer resources for school, and so on. And apparently that's a topic that a lot of people would like to talk about. So we will roast Ace. I will, because I want to hear more about your project because it looks so cool. And but I won't be alone in this, apparently. So before while I was talking during the Pakistani asexuals panel, I mentioned that at that moment I wasn't talking with the only award-winning person from this live stream. As I found out on Instagram the other day, the other one is Ace. So I don't know if you want to introduce yourself and tell us something about yourself and about this education of the year that I see written there.
Yeah. Can y'all hear me okay? Sweet. Awesome. Hello, Epic Humans. My name is Ace Schwartz. My pronouns are they, them, and theirs. And I'm a middle school science teacher. So I teach kids ages like 11 to 14. And I've been a teacher for 9 years. I look a lot younger than that, but I am 31. And I love teaching science. It's so incredible and so much fun. And I found out I was asexual in college thanks to Tumblr. I feel like Tumblr was the asexual awakening for a lot of folks. But and then a few years later, I started questioning my gender identity. And I started documenting my journey on Instagram and sharing resources, answers to questions, and stuff like that. And it just kind of grew into this really incredible platform. And I was awarded GLSEN's 2019 Educator of the Year award for that work. Which is pretty cool. It was surreal, so surreal. And so I just use the platform to amplify a lot of different issues, but my main focus is on how we can create LGBTQ plus inclusive classrooms and inclusive schools. Yeah, and I have a cat. His name is Panther. He's the best. He's asleep right now. I don't know if y'all can see him. He's like asleep on the top of my couch. But
everybody seems to have at least one cat in this stream apart from me. Vilka, you don't? Oh, thank you. So I'm not the only one.
Ask your dog.
Oh, well, I'm the only one who is
think
alone.
like commonly ace people and cats kind of go hand in hand, you know? So I mean, it's not a requirement to be part of the ace club, but I feel like most of us either loves cats or has cats.
Yeah, cats are the best.
Ace, can I ask you a bit more about like your project Teaching Outside the Binary? Like you mentioned you focused on creating queer inclusive classrooms. What did it you do exactly? Where do you work with the Teaching Outside the Binary project? I saw your post you made today for the International Sexuality Day, which is lovely. So I would probably link that in the chat. But like, I am dying to know more, honestly, about Teaching Outside the Binary. In case anyone didn't notice, like, I wanted to talk about that.
Sure. Absolutely. And I have to give a lot of credit to all the credit to Ace Dad Advice for making the graphic that I posted today. So Cody made that. But I just shared it because you're right. It's such a beautiful post and really captures like the community, like asexual community. But so it started, I think the thing that really launched Teaching Outside the Binary was the get to know you sheet that I created. And it started out, like, I'm not even kidding, as like a little half sheet of paper that I made with Google Doc. I didn't have a logo at that point. I didn't have like a brand. And I shared it and it went ridiculously viral because on the sheet, I asked students to share their pronouns. And then I also specify like, can I use these pronouns in front of other students when I contact home? And it really took off, and the majority of it was very positive. And then I got some of the negative stuff to go with that, which was really my first introduction into how awful social media can be. But it also was just a beautiful, like, there was clearly a need for this and people really resonated with it. And so I was sharing it with so many people in like DMs and messages that I was like, I should probably make a website for this. And so I enlisted the help of an amazing graphic designer, Michelle, and she created my logo, helped me with a website, and I was able to have a central location to share get to know you sheets, and they're in a bunch of different languages at this point, all for free. And then people asked like, what about book recommendations? And so every year for the last 4 or 5 years, I've made LGBTQ plus book lists, and I share those slideshows on my website for free. I have LGBTQ bulletin boards that people can download, some diverse scientist lessons, because I'm a science teacher and I really want to make sure that my students know all of these scientists, not just the white European men that we tend to learn about, who have contributed great things, but there are also so many others, right? And so it just kind of started to grow into something that people can use for resources. And I try to make them as accessible as possible, because I don't want cost to ever be a barrier for accessible materials. And I also will like go into schools and speak to schools, to staff, to GSAs. And for GSAs, that's really awesome. I get to share my journey and my story with them, because I never had anyone in my life that looked or felt or sounded like me. And so I really want kids to see that queer adults, especially like non-binary, asexual, autistic adults, can thrive and do really cool things. And we do exist, and we're here, and there is a future. Because I never learned that in school, and I didn't think I would get to this point in my life. And so that's really, really important to me.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I don't know if the other people who are here, I don't want to keep talking, always keep talking. If the other people have questions or things they wanted to discuss, since they were eager to join specifically the panel about education, it would be nice if you wanted to tell why. Like as I mentioned before, while chatting with Vilka, I am a baby teacher apparently, because like you said, you've been teaching for 9 years. Vilka said an undetermined number of years that was covered by a cough. And I have been teaching for only 2 years. So I feel like I'm a baby teacher here, but that's my reason for being interested in education. I'll go more in depth on this maybe later. But I see that Vilka wanted to say something.
Yeah, this will be like something into maybe marketing what you're doing, Ace. Because Kat knows that I'm also a writer, but I've never been able to publish. So I guess many people are in the same situation here, that they are creating material known only by their students or a little bunch of people. How can that people get in contact to you in order to be able to publish or something? Because publishing is expensive, especially in third world countries.
Yeah, absolutely. I try and amplify a lot, because there's so many voices out there, and I have a platform that's fairly large. And so it can be done in a few ways. You can reach out to me on Instagram. A lot of those messages get filtered though. So the best way is on my website, I have like a contact form, and it goes right to my email, which I check a lot more regularly. But if there is something, I can't necessarily do everything, but I try really hard to amplify the really awesome work that folks are doing. So please, feel empowered to reach out to me. That would be really awesome.
Yeah, I particularly wanted to join because I think it's super important to talk about like ace identities and LGBTQ identities in general. And I wanted to bring something up. I'm not sure if I should use a trigger warning for this. I'm going to talk about politics. But basically, right now in Argentina, we have a government that's very anti-LGBTQ. We have legislation called Ley de Sí, Educación Sexual Integral, which basically covers um, these topics, like, and it also gives everyone tools to identify um, whether there is any violent situation going on around them and such. And I think this particular legislation is being targeted at the moment. And I think it's very important for us to talk and create safe spaces for the youth out there. I think in the last years, we have seen like a great increase in like how people are being more knowledgeable about identities, and they're more openly identifying with different sexual orientations and gender identities. And yeah, I just think that in this particular context, because I know this is also happening in the US right now, where like our communities are being targeted, I think it's very important for us to talk, to speak up, to create safe spaces for our students, and create support networks, basically.
Yeah, that's so true. And I think there, like, even within the US, there are places and folks that have more privilege than other places. Like I live in Pennsylvania, and we don't have really restrictive laws like they might do in a state like Florida right now. And so as someone who has that privilege, like, it's kind of more important to speak up, I think, in my case. So if you have that position, I think speaking out, as long as it doesn't compromise like your safety, that's so important. But also like the community aspect is so critical. It can feel really isolating doing this kind of work. But when you have people that you can connect with and share experiences with, and just have a space to just be joyful and like openly, unapologetically, whatever, that's also so important. I really appreciate you bringing that up because I think that is a really prevalent issue right now.
Vilka, I know you wanted to say something.
Yeah. When Chile, we were talking about this earlier. We had this referendum, and we didn't get a constitution that was way better than the one we have. And I was stuck with this one. And we were watching Argentina very closely, what's going on, and we were crossing our fingers, praying, sending energy, and talking about it, to what's happening in Argentina. Because seems to be like in the world we are like shifting to the right conservative, and there's something very common among the queer community of activism is that we don't want to participate with the institution, like government, because we have achieved so little. And yes, we have achieved so little, but we have come a long way too, like from when it was happening like 50 years ago. So people sometimes think that it is not worth it to fight for what we still have because it's so little. But going backwards is gonna be disastrous. So even if we have just something, a little bit something, like for instance, in Chile we have uh, the identity card. Everybody has an identity card in Chile for you that don't live in Chile, and everybody has a root, which is like the social security number, and everybody has one. And now we have the possibility of change our, it says sex, but it means gender, like from F as in female, M as male, and X as none of the above. The problem is that if you have that, you want to have health security or anything else, you will have problems with the bank, etc. And at the same time, in Chile, we have a law, the gender identity law, that is there's a let's say like a letter, like a memo to the school saying that they have to respect children's social name and pronouns. The thing is that how are teachers going to do that if they don't know about it and if they don't know what it means for the person? So that's what I wanted to comment. Like, seems to be that we need to also try to connect more with each other, with other communities, like support each other, like speak up when in Argentina is happening something, speak up when in Italy is happening something, in the US, etc. Because otherwise, maybe nobody will else know about it. Even. People will know.
Yeah, and to add a bit to that, well, in Argentina, of course, we also have the possibility of changing the sex and the gender. They recently introduced the possibility of adding the category X, which is basically for non-binary. But the problem is that the rest of the system still works in binary terms. So when that resolution was passed on, it said that people had like, I believe it was 90 calendar days to fix their system. So it would include the non-binary people, and literally no one did. In my university, for example, I even had a teacher who straight up said, I forbid you from using gender neutral language in class. And I could like feel myself disappearing. And I had to misgender myself all the time in that class. And it was so awful. And I remember like when that happened, all my classmates like looked at me because they knew I was non-binary. And I was like, non-binary silence. But I also think it's like a more institutional problem because yeah, sure, you can allow people to change their gender on their IDs or whatever, but if the rest of the system is not able to stand up for that, like I don't know, the health system, the judicial system, or whatever, like there have been plenty of cases where people went because they wanted to get a gender identity change, and they put so many like layers to stop them from doing that, lots of paperwork, or they told them, no, we can't do that, no, you have to go here, you have to go there, and like they were like, no one knew how to do it, what to do, or anything. So it's like, yeah, sure, it's nice that we have the option, but you can't really add an option if you're not like providing people with the relevant information. And the same thing happens in the educational system. Our gender identity legislation, for example, was like prime in the world because it was the first legislation that stated that you did not need a medical approval, let's say, to justify that you're transgender. It was like a first thing in the world ever. And everyone was looking up to us because of that. And it's like, wow, they literally passed the legislation that if you identify as a male, female, or non-binary, like people have to respect that, whether or not you have made the gender change. So whether or not that's reflected on your ID, people have to respect your right to self-determination, which is something that obviously is not respected. And with the advances in the extreme right, as we've seen across the world, like the hate speeches that are being enabled by the people who govern us is like crazy, really.
I think Kai wanted to add something on this topic. So if it's okay, like go now.
Well, okay.
Surprise
you
attack, sneak
supposed to be
attack.
first. Okay, I was so not ready for this. Hello, hi everyone. I will introduce myself since it's the first time I'm speaking. I am Kai. My pronouns are they or he, and I am a colleague of us since we are in the same collective. I'm sorry, I'm struggling a bit with English today. I will try to be as much understandable as I can. what I wanted to add is that I resonate a lot with what you were both saying, Vilka and Pupi, because even in the Italian context, even if we don't have any specific laws that allow third gender or something, it's like super hard to be accepted and recognized as a trans person, because there's nothing that guarantees us the right to be respected. And even if when we have the chance to have our chosen name in schools or documents or work, most of the times it's not even respected. And I'm like really scared of what is going to happen in the coming months, because the right wing is everywhere and it's getting stronger and stronger, and we will have European elections in June, so probably it will be even worse from then on. And I don't know, I really hope we can find a way to have some sort of mutual care and support, because that's the only thing that's left for us. Sorry, I didn't want to be the one who is like giving super bad and depressive mood, but that's how I feel right now.
I think it's like a general feeling, like we can all agree on that. And as you said, yes, creating support networks is probably going to be key in the upcoming months, years, not only like within you guys in Europe or us in South America, but like worldwide, because this is like a wider phenomenon, as you say.
I wanted to like ask a question for everyone and Ace for at the. I don't know English anymore. I'm sorry. I have been on this stream too long. But I just wanted to say, like, I will stay on the bad news and things are going worse kind of topic. But I wanted to go back to something that Pupi mentioned before about, the situation, especially for education and school, getting worse. Like from all around the world, I think we are hearing about what is happening. And it was mentioned before what is happening in many states in the US, about schools, about anti-trans law, about like these extreme, I don't know how to say the word I have in mind in Italian. Kai, please help. Accanimento in English. I could never translate it, but it's someone is so determined to be oppressive and discriminating to someone, and now the target is trans children and trans teenagers in the US, but also I think in many other countries it's like this. And in Italy, queer groups and projects, even big associations, have a hard time already had a hard time going inside schools, because like LGBT topics are treated as something that is not good for children, like they're too young. And so like in Italy, it's so difficult to go talk about queer topics and such in the schools. I wanted to ask you, how is the situation in the US, and how, if so, is it changing? Has it been changing in the last years? Has it become more difficult to get in contact with schools, to get in contact with students? And if so, what can we do? What can we do about this, in your opinion, of course?
Yeah. So like it's interesting, kind of connects back to what Vilka was saying before, that like in the past it was it was worse than what it is now. Like it feels really bad right now, but like the only education that I got around LGBTQ plus identities was in 9th grade health class, and it was just about AIDS and how like if you are gay, you will likely get AIDS and die. And that's I still remember that. Like that was an incredibly powerful negative experience. And so I will say, like, since then, I've seen a lot of growth. My school that I teach at has an incredible program called SEED, and the 7th grade SEED is taught by a really dear friend of mine named Jamie, and it's a very comprehensive sex ed emotional support emotional learning class, and she is really intentional, and it's part of the curriculum, so it's not just it's comprehensive sex ed for everybody. And so there are really cool things like that are happening. And then you have states where they're fighting just to be able to like have a picture of someone with like their wife or their husband if they're a same-sex couple, or their pronouns being respected. So the spectrum is so wide. And like in terms of what folks in the US can do, supporting the teachers who are trying to be inclusive and might be getting pushback or hate from schools, like going to school board meetings and speaking out in support of inclusive education, just requesting books from your library or bookstores to let them know that this is something that we care about. And then contacting your representatives. And I think the more people that do it, the more impactful it is. It can feel like, making those phone calls or sending those emails doesn't do a whole lot. But, the more people that do it, the more they're hearing about it, and the more they have to at some point pay attention. And so, I will say, like, my requests to go speak at schools has decreased over the last year and a half because of all the anti-LGBTQ plus laws that are being enacted in schools right now or in educational settings. And that's really disheartening. But I will say the schools that have reached out still, or the school districts or the parent groups, like, it's important to them, and they're doing a lot. They're doing as much as they can to make these environments. And so I don't want to I can't lose hope, because there are people who are still like, pushing for it. And I really want to believe and have to believe that it will change for the better. But it's not something that like any one person or one group can do. It has to be like a collective, because collective voices are a lot more powerful, but individual voices are important as well. So I don't know if that answered your question. Please let me know what I left out.
You didn't leave out anything. I'm sorry, I seem to have a problem that I can't ask short questions. I have already attacked, I think, 5 panelists with so long questions that then they didn't remember what the questions were. They were, have I missed something in my answer? I'm sorry, I'm like this. I think Kath wanted to say something.
Yes, hello everybody. I'm Kat from Chile. I have had only experience as more like than teaching is working with adolescents and adults. I study sociology, but I study and my contribution from the activism is in the social area in trying to educate about asexuality and aromanticism from my activism in Acero, Chile. From this perspective, I had a lot of questions to all of you. And I wanted to know, first of all, how your educational system works in your country, because we have different, probably institutional difference from the private area, the public area, and how bureaucratic could it be, and what Ace just mentioned, for example, like talking to your representatives, like maybe how much impact can you do? We in Chile have had the experience of a growing feminist movement, and also important movement from students in the later ages from the first education system before you enter to the university, probably teenagers between 15 or 12, maybe, if such young children actually participate in political causes, maybe 15 to 18-year-old, and younger professionals, like pushing or educational policies. I wanted to know what is maybe going on with your countries and the difference we can see in South America, Europe, USA. That's my question. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I think in Argentina, for example, well, as I said before, there are like a few legislations that have been passed in regards with education. For example, Ley de Educación Sexual Integral, it's a legislation that starts all the way from primary school all the way to universities and tertiary careers and everything. But as I said, there are like very few places where it's actually being respected, for example. And then, of course, you have like the issue of private schools and public schools. I think public schools are more likely to be talking about these issues because lots of private schools tend to be connected with religious communities. So there's also the pushback from Catholicism on these topics. Back when I studied, I'm 31 as well. And we never properly had like talks about this, like the possibilities outside the binary, the possibilities outside heteronormativity. So it was kind of like a challenge. And this is something that I say every single year, and I'm going to continue to say it. But the fact that we are able to identify as ace people, or that we were able to identify as ace people, is a privilege, because we had access to internet, we had access to resources, we knew English, so we could read pages like Aven, for example. And that is something that we should always acknowledge. So I think like with the rising of the internet, that's something that's kind of changing. And I feel even though the education system might be failing students, I also feel like people nowadays have so many more tools to learn about the possibilities outside the binary, like all the gender identities, all these sexual orientations and everything. I do remember that there was a girl, her name was Fiore. She was like an activist in my group, and she did have a lesson on like sexual education, and they explained like the different possibilities, and they mentioned asexuality. That's when she went onto the internet to look for information, because I feel like there's a tendency to perhaps mention asexuality, but don't go into too much detail, because it's like super complex and there are so many things you can talk about. So people are like, okay, well, there's this thing called asexuality, and it goes something like this. If you feel represented, you can go on the internet and find more information. I think that's also the problem with our identities, in a sense that they're so complex and there's so many ways of talking about it, like attraction, sexual desire, favorability to sex, touch, or whatever, or like being on the other end where you're averse to this type of contact, that I feel like people generally tend to get overwhelmed by the amount of information they should be like giving. So it's just like, well, okay, this exists, and if you want more information, please go find someone who's like more versed on these topics, because like we don't really have the information.
You wanted to know about, I think here it's Argentina, Chile, you probably already know, and Italy and the US. So I go with Italy. How does school works in Italy? Badly, but haha, apart from this, yeah, the school system in Italy is But focusing on sexual education, inclusion, and blah, 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 we don't have a law about sexual education. So each and every school does what the hell they want. So still nowadays, many people can go without, like they don't have sexual education ever in school. I had it, and it was like from Catholic group. They didn't talk about sex. They didn't talk about contraception. They didn't talk about anything, actually. They only talked about my feelings about puberty and being a teenager, and like, how are you feeling about the fact that you have gotten more hairy? And I was like, okay. And how do you feel about your sudden interest in boys? To which I replied, I'm not interested in boys. And you have to understand that I lived in a small town, small city in northern Italy. At that age, in middle school, I didn't know queer people existed. So I wrote that sentence down, and then I didn't understand why this person from a Catholic group was looking at me so wrong, so badly. And like 5 years later, I realized that she read it as I'm a lesbian, and she thought I was a spawn of hell. I was actually asexual. The more you know. So yeah, but so about this, yeah, it's like that. And also some schools in Italy are trying to like put in place some things like what we mentioned before, like we call it carriera alias. That means that trans people who are waiting to be able to change their documents, which is an excruciating slow process sometimes in Italy, can have a different name, their chosen name at school. Some schools are doing this, and every time a school does this, they get threatened. It sounds crazy, but they get threatened by sometimes by the government, and sometimes by local government bodies that are tied to the ruling party. I saw something like that. I had to see the parents of my students vote to erase this minimum thing supporting trans people. So yeah, I hope they. I don't know. I don't want to hope anything bad for people usually, but I hope they change their mind, or my vengeance will be horrible and excruciatingly slow, like the process to change your name of the documents for trans people. So yeah, this is Italy.
And to add something to what S said about Italy, I live pretty close to her in a different region than in a much bigger city. And we did not have any sexual education at all, zero. The only thing that could be qualified as sexual education was our science teacher when I was like 12 in middle school, talking us about contraception in regard to reproduction stuff in science. And the thing I'm still thankful about now is that he didn't only talk about condoms and birth pills. He even spoke about salpingectomy, which to me was like, okay, when I was 12 years old, I decided that I wanted to have a salpingectomy thanks to him. And what I experience now is that if I try to talk to a gyno about my intention, now I'm 31 years old, they say, no, you're too young to have decided that. But apart from this, what is happening right now is that every time a school tries to have this kind of alias career, there's a really right-wing conservative Catholic association that takes notes, and they have an archive on their website of each and every school that has it, and each and every initiative about queer and LGBT education, which is great because we, as queer activists, never had such an archive. They are providing us with the best archive we could ever ask for. That's incredible. But anyway, the other thing that's happening is that when I do volunteer in going in schools to talk about sexual identities. I'm not a teacher, so I see it from another perspective. And if in the last years some teacher were directly calling us to go in their school and talk to their students, now it's almost impossible. And then it's the students that when once in a while they have one day where they can like self-organize classes and invite who they want. And like 90% of the times it's students that call us to go and speak about sexual identities, which is weird because most of the times the school principal is saying them no and forbidding us to go there. Or sometimes they ask a CV from us to be authorized to go into school, or they ask for our ID cards, a copy of our IDs in advance, so that I am outed as a trans person all the time. They are trying to like make it way more difficult to go into schools and to have an open talk. And anytime you work with underage students, there's always the possibility that their parents are complaining to the teachers and to the schools, and so you will never have the chance to go talk to them again. So yeah, that's quite an awful situation in here.
Yeah, I like to add. I think we need to make a distinction between what is sexual health education and what is the CSE, which Kath and I have been working on the adjusting the term to express what it really means. And we came to and with choreography and everything, it's like comprehensive social, psychosexual, affective education. Because as said before, most of the relationships we have with other people are not sexual nor romantic, and that is a perspective that we as AroAce see. Why you're saying we are only friends? Only means that being friends is less than being a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, so it's less important. Oh no, he's just my brother, so he is under a lower category. Oh, you're in the friend zone, like you're in hell, that is bad. Sorry, my most deepest, richest relationships, it's with my friends such as Kat. I've never had such conversations, such getting soul naked with other people than with Kath or my other friends. So I think that is very important for adults to understand it. And like using, should you use the pronouns? How do you use this other name, not the one on your passport or your identity card? And within this, as somebody said, APA 7, APA 7, as we said in Spanish, which is the manual for investigation reports and magazines and articles. APA 7 says that you should never, ever assume other people's gender, and if you don't know their gender identity, you will say they, them. But when you go to the translations into Spanish, everything is correct. How you quote Instagram, how you quote an interview, how you everything, except when you go to the use of gender, and then they go to the Real Academia de la Lengua, which is absolutely misogynist and homophobic and transphobic. And that is my question again to the academia. Why are you getting out of APA when you want APA? APA meaning the, help me out here, International Psychological Association or something like that, which is when I write a paper or my thesis report or a research, I have to use their rules from quoting, font, space, how do I quote, and how the type of language do I use. So if a person is not uncivilized, that will happen. And a little short story. A friend of mine tells this story. They went to this school. Imagine my fellow teachers, end of the year, last day, about to go on vacation, and you had to get into a seminar. Yay. So they were not in the mood. And plus, they were talking about LGBTQA plus and about intersex. So there was a lady that was very upset. Whenever they want her to talk, she said, no, 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 I don't want to talk. I don't want to talk. It was the whole day. By the end of the day, slowly she was kind of relaxing. And at the end, when everybody said, oh, okay, yes, thank you, I learned too much, I really like it. When everybody says that, she said, okay, now I want to talk. And she opened her mouth and she burst into tears. And all she could say was, I'm sorry, I didn't know, I apologize. When she was able to talk, she said that she had been hurting people without knowing. She had taught, she was the wife of a military person here in Chile. Her children are also in the military. And she said that she raised her children wrongly and she had hurt so many students. And she was retiring in 2 years. So the bottom line is, when people know real people, not from a textbook. Okay, this is a real person that is telling me that this is real. And now it makes sense. And now it makes sense from other people that I know. Or maybe it makes sense on myself. So keep doing what you're doing. Keep talking to people. Because most people do care. Some people don't. Okay, yeah, granted. But most people care. Because everybody has feelings. Hope so. I mean, optimistic.
Thank you, Vilka. That was like, I think I would have burst into tears as well in that moment, but I burst into tears like on a daily basis. I wanted to like, I hope we have time for a question because I wanted to ask Ace a question. By the way, you have the perfect name to be an asexual activist. So that's great. There's that. But I wanted to ask a question, but if it's okay. Oh, wait. I think that Kath actually wanted to say something. Kath, go. Sorry.
Okay, to complement what said, I think we as sexual people have, in the spectrum of sexuality, we have the power to engage with people that is afraid precisely about, to talk about sexual or the I don't know, the mainstream idea of sexuality as the mere sexual act, and give them this opportunity to open their mind to know that every interaction, as it can be social, I don't know, economic interaction, cultural interaction, it is also a sexual interaction. Why? Because we are so indoctrinated in assuming that maybe a handshake and a kiss is different between male and female people. Then you know that how you interact with someone, how you call them, the pronoun you use, how you approach to them, is technically a sexual interaction in the broad concept of what a sexual interaction actually means. So you, as a sexual activist, we do here in Chile this as a tactic and resource also to say, okay, you think that LGBT people only cares about, I don't know, the sexual act, their sexual rights in that way. Like maybe you want to get married with someone from your same sex, some from your sex gender, actually, it should be. And we say, we are the kind of people that you don't imagine exist. We do exist. We do have to live in a society that respects our way of being. We do not seek active sexual relationships in the way you imagine. We just want what? A proper education, people that talk correctly about us, not as a case of mental illness or biological illness. So I think this is a great opportunity to reach to people that have the wrong idea in their minds about what being queer means, what being LGBTQI, and several other letters. So that's what we do. We have thankfully been able to reach different organizations and institutions from our country this way. And we thank also the great movement, the political movement that we're having with feminist teachers, with young professionals who realize that how all the teachings are, the curriculums in their career are. So I think this is a lovely and wonderful, actually, time to be living in. We have the opportunity to talk with people from other countries, from all across, I don't know how many seas from, and share these problematics, because this is a worldwide problem. But we also have the opportunity to reach to each other, to generate community, whether it is online, hopefully also in your same area, in your same territory. So that's pretty much what I wanted to say, and give it to whoever is next and can continue. Thank you.
Oh, we lost S, but I know she actually wanted to ask something to Ace. It's funny because like she didn't say what she wanted to ask. But well, I guess. Oh wait, S is coming back. It's like, no, how can you leave us at like?
Sorry, I did
Like,
something
what
stupid.
do I do? What do I ask? Help!
Instead of like closing the private chat with the X, I push the back button. I always, like, it's the fifth time I do that, and I hate when it happens, but I can't learn that I need to press the X top right. I'm sorry.
Meanwhile, there is somebody
Anyway.
in the chat asking if you were finally going to sleep.
Like, Matthias is my number one fan. Like, at some point, I fear that if I go to sleep, I kind of will shatter Matthias' dreams, because I think, sorry, you, Kath, or Vilka, do you know Matthias' pronouns? Because I don't know, and I don't want to. No. You had a lovely chat before. I thought you knew each other, but you don't. Well,
I believe is he, him, but you can call them they in our community.
okay. Well,
pretty open to that.
Him, great.
Especially with
Thank you, Matthias.
No
well, I will talk to Matthias later, because like your support means the whole world to me. I hope Manita will not get angry if I take 1 minute to say something.
Yeah, give me a second. I think that Matthias that's talking is a person from Acero Chile. That we do something in the community, and we have a literature club, and series watching club. We're watching Constantine and uh, dissecting the character from the ace perspective. And we read also books and that. So hello, Matthias, nice to see you, or not see you.
That's amazing. So you actually do know each other in the end. Well, anyway, Vilka said something very important and very powerful, I think. And I want to repeat myself with something I mentioned not here a few weeks ago. Like uh, uh, Vilka said, like when people see real people, real queer people, and not textbook and only ideas of what they think queer people are, sometimes things change. They don't always change because there are some people simply hate us in every shape, color, or form. But sometimes you need to, get in touch with, and that's kind of the reason I decided to be out at school as a teacher, because I thought that, like, seeing an adult, I don't look like an adult, but I apparently am. Seeing an adult and an educator that is queer can mean a lot to you. Actually, I thought that could mean a lot for the students. I think it kind of did, but after 2 years, I have to say that, like, the political situation in Italy is quite horrible. And I have soon realized that it's actually the other way around, and that the overwhelming safeness and support and happiness I feel when a student finds out I am queer and wants to share with me that they are queer as well, like, that literally keeps me going. Sometimes when colleagues can be a bit harsh, or I can get weird or heavy conversations, like knowing that I have students that understand it is like amazing. Manita in the chat, being lovely as always, ask your question. Well, my question is on another thing entirely. Ace, I wanted to know how asexuality, your experience as asexual, fits into the work you're doing as an educator with teaching outside the binary. Because a lot of us mentioned that even when we have resources on queer health, on queer people, that seldom includes asexuality. So how about that?
Yeah, I mean, on the first day of school, I share a identity map with the kids. So it's a picture of me and my cat Panther, and then surrounding it are a bunch of different words that describe who I am as a human. And one of those is asexual, along with like non-binary, white, able-bodied. And so I introduce these terms that kids might never have thought about before when thinking about themselves. And so often I'll get asked, like, what is asexual? Like, what does that mean? And I get to explain it in an age appropriate way to my middle school students. And so some of them have never heard that word, or they only hear about it in terms of like plant reproduction. And so I'm like, oh no, it's actually like an identity as well. And so so it's a cool like segue and opportunity. And then our school, we have a calendar of like different identity related events. And at our Monday assemblies, like they'll announce it. And so like stuff like this is something that they would share. So it's mostly at this point, it's a lot of just like introducing the terms and sharing my personal experience to like a degree, because I don't share everything with my students. But yeah, I just want kids to know that that's like a thing. Like, you don't have to feel pressured to feel a certain way about somebody, because that's how I felt when I was younger.
Yeah, I think that's actually like a great idea, because yeah, sure, we're talking about like asexuality and gender identity now, but there are so many other intersections within everyone that I think is also important to talk about. Like you mentioned, being able-bodied, for example. And I think that's so important, actually. Yeah.
That was lovely. Like I wish this panel could go on for like 2 whole hours, 3 whole hours, but then that would probably kill some of us if you sum it up with all the others. Ace, I will be in contact with you because I need to ask you some more things. I love that we mentioned asexuality, but we talked about so much more. I just wanted to highlight this, that like asexual people and aspec people more broadly are in education, are in queer activism, are in human rights activism, are in awareness and activism for the rights of patients with endometriosis. We do so much things, and we're not like monolithic, just like yeah, ace and aro people exist and that's it. Like we have a whole perspective that we bring to everything we do, and I love that this live stream is extremely diverse also in the topics that we touched, and I loved it.
Before I head out, I just want to say thank you so much for organizing this. The entire team, y'all are incredible. I know this is a huge undertaking, and I'm so grateful stuff like this exists. It would have meant the world to me when I was younger, and it's just so awesome that this gets to, this is here and it's visible, and yeah, y'all are epic. So thank you so much.
So,
may I add something?
Yeah, absolutely. It's our closing time, so feel free to give any shout outs
Yes.
you need to give, say any final
I
messages.
want to read something that Vilka just wrote, that we don't waste time doing allosexual things. So that's a point for us, or asexual. It's kind of a joke also, but I think we do have this approach of things that with a different mind, a fresh mind, sometimes we can add so much to whatever topic we're talking about, and particularly in education, particularly in sexual education, what we're talking about and what we're not talking about. Also, what did I say? The amount of people that reach us as activists, because Vilka and I mainly, I don't know, have this interaction with education through our activism. We are not professional living from this yet, but from the activism, people are reaching us to AroAce Chile. They're from all over Latin America. In 2022, we had an, I don't know, a sexuality 101 course with teachers, and they wanted to know exactly what we were talking about, what we were, how to approach to people that are talking to them, that are reaching to them. These are the, I don't know, the friendly queer teachers that wanted a source, a veridical source, an official source to talk about things, where to derivate these questions, show them there it is a community, an active community online, and speaking in Spanish. So this is also, we are also wanted to invite you to reach to other countries, not maybe if in your area it doesn't exist the sexual activism you're looking for, reach to other areas. And I don't know if you want to say something else, or
oh no.
making this panel possible.
Yeah, thank you very much, everybody, and thanks, colleagues, younger colleagues that are still stand adults, which are the biggest problem for me, not kids. Thank you for what you're doing, because you guys give me hope after 25 years of experience. Give me hope in the future. So thank you, and I guess we should leave the space for the other panel, right?
Yeah, it's Nepal time.
Okay. Thank you very much. Bye bye.
Bye.
Thank to
Thank
you.
you. Oh, Sid is here as well. So now we have all three. Bye, Kai. Bye, Kath. Unless you want to stay, of course, you are free to stay.
I will maybe be back later.
Mm-hmm.
It's Saturday, so it's grocery time for me.
It's a 20-hour live stream time for me, apparently.
Yeah, I have this horrible hobby of eating, so I have to go get something to eat for the next week. Thank you very much for the invitation. Bye.
Okay, so it's Nepal time because I don't know what time is it anymore. Like my brain compartmentalizes hours in panels at this point. It's gonna be great. Vanita, it's so nice to see you again. We haven't seen each other for like 1 year, I think. Like last year, I think you jumped in the first attempt at a stream. Last year it wasn't 24 hours, but this year it is. Sid, Scap is the name. How I don't want to mispronounce it.
It's Scaff. I mean, I should have written Sippy. You can call me Sippy as well. It's fine.
Well, I will try.
Let me change it.
And Manita, do you want to first introduce yourselves and tell us something about yourself, and then we'll talk about Nepali Apex. That is one of my favorite advocacy groups in the whole world. So the floor is yours. Manita, we can't hear you. Is your microphone on? Oh, now it works.
No?
Yeah, great.
I think you're too far from the mic, maybe.
Oh no. Someone in the chat says, we missed you and we're still missing you because we can't hear you.
Hear you.
Hello,
Okay, it works now, right?
No.
It always works for like 1 second and then it stops, which is very weird for the microphone. Like it's usually, it either works or it doesn't. Maybe it's the headphones, like our tech support Poopy in the chat. I have no idea. Maybe if it's okay, CP and Sid can introduce themselves and you try to solve this. It will like kill me if we can't hear from you. Okay, this is I lost count. I think it's the 5th time that I dropped my phone. But it's fine. So CP, what about you?
Hi, I'm Sippy. I am one of the core members of Nepali Aspects. I've been around not quite since the founding of the group, but pretty much like up there. I identify as Ace Arrow, um, so I'm the best of both worlds.
Sid, what about you?
Am I audible? So hello, my name is Sid, and I go by they or he pronouns, and I identify as QPO romantic asexual, and I have been with Nepali Aspects since last year. So it's actually my first anniversary with Nepali Aspects as well, and I'm also one of the core members of Nepali Aspects. Yeah, that's it.
I'm seeing that you both have very dedicated fans in the chat. Happy anniversary! I say it as well. While we wait for Manita, and I really hope Manita can get back. I wanted to ask you a bit more about Nepali Apex. and what you do, what you've accomplished, and what you hope to accomplish for the future. Also, please talk
Mm,
about what you did last year. I remember you had like an amazing event in the capital, I think. I saw the pictures, it was
yeah,
like, whoa.
yeah. Yeah, because I think all of our celebrations had sort of been within the group and like, within just allies, and it hadn't been very sort of visibly public. And so last year we decided to go out with a bang, and reserve sort of a space in one of the most like cultural, like heritage areas in Kathmandu, in the Darbar Square, and then had like the huge sort of pride flag in the back, and then made a big giant logo of Nepali aspects, like a mandala making events, and then we had posters and signs that like our um, members and our allies had contributed to, which we displayed all over the place. And then we had, yeah, there were quite a lot of events, and people, we had crosswords and bingo, like ace bingo and things like this. And people came and interviewed us, and we had, I mean, it was an interesting because it was like I think the first time that we were sort of open to just the general public, and anybody could have like people came up, like just normal people walking on the street came up to us and asked us questions about what we were doing and who we were and why we were like this, and like if this was like if being ace was, or if being aromantic was hindering like your normal life or whatever. And so it was an interesting, I think, experience that we got to sort of answer questions that people were generally curious about, and then also sort of like demystify a few things for people, because there's again that thing of like we did have one priest who came up to us, and he was like, oh, who are you guys? And then when we were trying to explain to him the concept of asexuality, and he was talking about celibacy and priesthood, and then we had this conversation about how they were both not the same thing. And so it was a very, very interesting, like engaging experience. And I think we were really sort of amazed by the reception that we got. Like there was nobody who came. Well, maybe there was like one drunk person who came to heckle, but like mostly nobody who came to like heckle. And there were some sort of like confrontational interviews. Like Monita got interviewed by some Indian uh, influencers, like TikTokers, I think, who were very, very sort of adamant about how getting married and being really in a relationship is a must. And but there was interesting back and forth. So I think it was a very sort of surreal experience, I think, for a lot of us because most of us haven't been out sort of like in that general public space speaking about our ACE experiences, right? So uh, that's what I remember. I don't know if Sid has like other things that he wants to add.
No, they don't. Yes, they do.
Yeah, so the IAD celebration of last year was my first event, of Nepali aspects, and it was really special. I mean, I did not expect that it was going to be that huge. I mean, in the center of the Kathmandu, in the Basantapur Darbar Square, one of the biggest and most known heritage of Kathmandu city, and you could see a huge pride flag from very far distance, and you could feel the joy from a distance that, oh, this is going to be happen, oh, such things are happening here in the capital, here in the Darbar Square. And it was really special for me, and also before coming to this event I only knew Manita from the community, and it was really good to meet all the other members including Sippy. And so yeah, in that sense, it's my first anniversary with all of the members of the Nepali aspects and as well. And other than the IAD celebration, we also introduced pre-Pride hangouts in Pride month, like in the June. So what we basically did was, once a week we gathered, and then it was like simple as gathering where people would come and then they had conversations and then they would do stops, and they would do crafts and arts, and then they talk about things, and then they get to know each other. It was kind of celebration of kinship and queerness and solidarity, of having a community. Yeah, and moreover, we also explored different topics. Like we also explored we had a romantic week celebration recently in the February. We had like a huge 2 day celebration, and then we also had some mini celebrations, like book readings, or where people would come and then they would simply talk about their experiences, and then craft, knitting, crochet, or jewelry making, or such kind of events. So while these events were specifically centered for, you know, to raise awareness about the asexuality, aromanticism, and its spectrum, um, it was also very helpful for the community building. Um, a lot of other ace and questioning or arrow or questioning people discovered us, and then they finally found, a kind of home space for them. And also the allies, they were like, not everyone is aware of the ace and arrow and stuff like this, because it's still a new concept in our country. So yeah, they were also very intrigued and very helpful for us, and then also supportive for us. Yeah, and that is it, I guess.
Like while you were talking, I couldn't resist, and like I scrolled down the Nepali Aspects Instagram to pick some reels to show people. You said I didn't imagine it would be this big, and like I thought people had to see, because like it's amazing. Oh, but so the fan here is actually a person from Nepali Aspects. Um, I have to say, you both mentioned your other events that are less, let's say, public, but with people. I don't know. I love. Can I say I sometimes see on Instagram pictures of the meetings you have, and I absolutely adore them. Like, it's so cozy, it's such a nice way of doing community building. It's so cozy and also so creative. Like, I always see wonderful drawings, wonderful crocheting things, and it's really lovely. And you really look like a very nice community, a very nice ASPEC community to be in. Like, I invite anyone who doesn't know Nepali ASPECs to go check out the picture they post on Instagram and tell me if they don't get like such a cozy and safe and nice vibe. So I would really like to
Yeah.
come to one of your events. It's what I'm saying. But I live in Italy, so maybe it would be unfeasible.
Yeah, no, come be our friends, definitely. It is a very sort of cozy family atmosphere, I think, and I think, and we did work on it, like Manita's efforts, and then the core members' efforts, and then every new member who joins, who's willing to put in that effort to say, okay, yes, like I'll be here, I'll be visible, even if it is just within that community, just wanting to share their experiences. Because I'm 40 this year, and when I was 20, when I was 17, when I was 25, we didn't have this community, right? So to have this community at home, where I am comfortable with like people who share similar kind of experiences, that's been an amazing experience the last few years. And I think every sort of event, there's a new person who will come, or there's a curious person who will come and sort of get to know us and get to know what aspect is and what, being an aromantic or an asexual person means to people and what that community means to people. And I think that sort of joy in being able to share that is, I think that's what you see in most of our photos and most of our events. Yeah.
Let's see if it works. Please work. No, I see Manita desperate. So Manita, you don't want to try?
Hello, am I audible?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. I think it's lagging a bit, but at least we can hear you. No, your microphone loves to tease us. Like it works for the first seconds and then it stops. It's not just me, right? So you.
Yeah, no, no. Yeah, I can't hear her either. You're
Why?
mute. Yeah,
Now
it keeps
you're
saying you're
muted.
mute, Manta.
Okay,
Yeah.
Manita is getting
Oh God,
frustrated.
am I audible now?
Yes,
Yes.
but will it stay? No.
Speak. No.
We can't
There is
hear
no
you.
sound. There is no sound.
I'm so sorry. I had to see you so frustrated.
Uh,
Oh, well, for now we will leave Manita to her endeavor to try and I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, Manita. Like I'm feeling so sad because like
yeah.
I see their expression and it's like devastated. And I'm so sorry about this. Uh, Manita, if you're hearing us, just know that if you can make it work later during another panel, jump in. You can come to my panel if you want. No, I think it's going to be like at the crack of dawn in Nepal, so maybe not. But
Yeah.
uh, anyway, what were we saying? Yes, I wanted to ask you more about like this experience as asexual people in Nepal. But before that, I wanted to like say a bit more on this topic that you mentioned, like the fact that you seeked this type of atmosphere. And I honestly think that it's very interesting because during this, at this point, 12, almost 12, I think, yes, more than 12 hours of live stream, we we talked about different approaches to activism, and something that was a recurrent topic was burnout, fatigue, and all the difficulties that come with activism and wanting to do more, feeling you have to do more until you realize you can't anymore. And I mentioned that personally, I think that like community building is as important as outreach, as education is, because if we build community, we then have the resources, the strength, the the care network to be able to do more together. And so I literally I dig your vibe, but this is what I'm saying. Like I am a fan of all the ace people that came here, but like Nepali ace packs is like dear in my heart.
Thank, thank you for saying that. No,
Yeah.
it's been, I think, challenging, especially for Manita as the founder, because he wanted to be everywhere, and so we wanted to be everywhere as well. You know, he wanted to be visible and have our stories heard, and like to be acknowledged by people we were acknowledging, right? Like so within the queer movement in Nepal as well. But I think like y- as you go along, like you said, that burnout is really, really real, and you can't always be everywhere. So we had to prioritize on what is important to us, and at some point, community building for ourselves became the most important thing, right? Because if you, like you said, if you have community, then you have that support, and then you have that space where you can say, okay, let's do this, but I can't do it, so help me out here. And so I
Mm,
think that became one of the main focuses of our activism as well, was that we wanted to have space where, you had comfort and you had support, and then you have sharing of ideas and sharing of things that you want to do, and then the movement also grows from there. So yeah.
mm. I agree. I think it's very interesting. Well, let me ask you, like, as I did with all the other panelists that were doing a spotlight on their country. What do you think is something that is specificity, something particular, something that is inherent of the experience of being asexual, of being an asexual activist, and in Nepal, what is like different, what is peculiar about your activism and/or your experience as asexual people, or as aspec people, if you prefer, because like your group is as an aspec perspective.
um so the main problem of, I mean, like, not exactly problem, but something that we face a lot is like, the aceness is not real, because asexuality and aromanticism is very very new thing and peculiar thing in our country, and still a lot of people are very very unaware of it. Only a handful people know about these terms and this orientation. So half of our time we spent explaining to people that, oh, this is valid, and oh, we exist, and like our experiences are real. We are not making it up for some attention for attention seeking or something like that. I mean, this is how we feel. And also, the aphobia is really really there in our country. Not only outside the queer community, but within the queer community itself. Like, the queer community, some people, they over sexualize the queer community, and like how they put these labels in the boxes of how you feel with a certain people, sexually, and it has to be sexually or romantically, and both. But like, since we do not fit into the boxes, and we have to face a lot of problems from the people within the queer community itself, and which is like really heartbreaking to see. Um, like we really need to fight for our existence. We really need to um you know like revolt for our to be seen, and then we really need to work hard for people acknowledging us, our existence. Yeah, which is like really exhausting as well. Like, you cannot go on and tell people, like, every single time you meet a new people, and like you gotta explain it in detail and how it's not something unnatural. And yeah, that is really exhausting. And then, and also, we really feel like, come on, it's 2024, you've got a lot of resources and stuffs and videos on internet, YouTube and Google, and why don't you go and search that? Sometimes, we have these things in our mind, but we really cannot say them to people, otherwise it might sound rude to them. So yeah, we we really face those type of problems. um, and I think Nepali aspects, got recognition that it has today, just because of the last year IAD celebration, I think. Because before that, no one really acknowledged us. We were, really only a bunch of people, close community, and no one knew that we exist. But like last year, when we went on the streets, on a like big spot where like thousands of people come, and then when they saw everything, and then they got intrigued, like, oh, this exists. And then I think they have become more aware than before. So yeah, I think that is that we really need to fight for being seen in our country. Yeah, and I think it's a bit better here in Kathmandu, because people are quite educated if you compare to other parts of the country. But like in the other parts of the country, people are still they do not even know that these terms exist. And then um, they can really invalidate you if you go and tell them. So I think that is also a struggle for us. Like if we go outside the Kathmandu Valley, and then if we need to explain to the people about us, and then it gets really, really a big deal with them and with us as well. Yeah.
Mm. I think sort of Sid kind of ran away in a direction, in a different direction than I was thinking of going. Because you were asking about how, like our experiences and talking about, especially because I think we don't talk about sex in the Nepali community, right? Like in your general sort of like your households, it's not a topic that you talk about with your families or your, I mean, okay, yes, like people talk about it with their friends now, but traditionally that's not something you talk about. So in that sense, like if you were someone like for me, especially like when I was growing up, if I was someone who's not interested in sex with people or like not interested in having a sexual relationship with people, then that was like a great thing. It was like, oh, such a good child, right? Like, because like because we have this thing of like, oh, pikirikikiti, like it's like this someone who's sort of ruined or who's doing like really terrible things or like who goes out, hangs out with boys or like with whatever. But then at the point where it comes where it's like, oh no, now you have to start thinking about marriage because you're like 25 plus, but then you're still saying that no, I don't want a sexual relationship with someone, then that's when the issues start. Then you have to start talking about no, but like, this is my identity. So then I think that's where like Sid's sort of gripe comes in. But it's that struggle of at the beginning, and then sort of like you get interestingly, like I think like some people get sort of validated in that sense of like, oh, it's okay for you to not have these kind of feelings at this time. Like it's okay for you not to not be sexually attracted to people or not have interest in sex until you're supposed to get to that age of you're getting married. So then there's this like sort of like this weird dichotomy that's going on where you're like, you get like this early sort of, I mean, it's not like, actual validation, but you're still getting some sort of like positive reinforcement there. But then at some point you were just like, no, but like you were okay with it like, 6 months ago, and then like you're not okay with it now because now I have to think about being and, living in an Amazon orbital world. Yeah.
I see Manita waiting to do one last attempt.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, please go on
Oh my
talking.
god, thank God. I hope it's still gonna be audible for more than 10 seconds this time. Finally,
Yes.
after changing
Woo.
after changing three devices and two earphones, finally I'm on air. Hi S. I missed you a lot.
Yeah,
Hi
me
Sippy, hi
too.
Sid, hi everybody. Thank God. So I've missed quite some time, but I'm glad because I've been saying all of this every time in the live stream. So I'm just happy that Sippy and Sid are being able to share more about the community here. And also, I wanted to show you and thank you for the last time's live stream did. Support us and Nepali aspects for the experiences zine project, and like so many of our zines like we printed them and then we've been distributing it to people in the way that people can understand beyond just definitions and labels. We've put our experiences and emotions into art, and then we've tried to do more than just like online. So thank you for that. Wanted to acknowledge once again how great it has
Oh.
been that last year's Aces Never Sleep made it possible for us to reach more people and do continue doing what we do.
Yeah, I remember it was lovely because like we were talking with the people trying to organize the live stream, and we thought it would be nice maybe to do a crowdfunding, like as long as you donate, as doesn't go to sleep. This was one actual proposal that was made. In the end, thanks God, that wasn't the case. And we were like, it would be nice to have, ASPEC projects. Uh, and then I was talking to Manita, and we were chatting, and Manita mentioned about this things you were doing, and the fact that unfortunately you don't have the resources to print them yet. And it was like, well, I may have the solution for you. Like, it was literally the same day that this happened. So it was like perfect. Manita, fill in this form. And like last year, it was Rete Lettera A, the Italian, my Italian advocacy group, to build our site that is finally ready. Manita and Nepali aspects with the zines. And then so we can't on today on the stream we will not hear from the Hungarian ACEs who were given were part of the crowdfunding to have more resources, because they organized the first ACE Pride in Europe. And I saw someone mentioning it in the chat that it was amazing, and so I hope they can do it again. So Manita, I think you're going to be the star of these last 20 minutes, because like we all want to know about you. Introduce yourselves for the chat, and then tell us more about Nepali aspects from your perspective.
Yeah, I'm sorry everybody for the technical glitches. I'm Dr. Manita Niwakharki, founder of Nepali Aspects. By profession, I'm a medical doctor. I work in the Department of Pediatric Surgery, but I do it part time because to fill my soul, I have to continue doing what I love most, and it's about doing and talking and working in things that I'm passionate about, and that is aspect activism and arts and mental health. So I am also working as a psychological counselor. Am I audible or is it again messing up? Because I can. Is it okay?
You are
Okay, because I
audible.
could see the
It was
faces and it's
truly a
like na na
traumatic
na.
experience for you, wasn't it?
Your voice is cracking up. Maybe it's my internet. Okay, I'm gonna check the chat.
I can still hear you. I think Manita can't hear
Okay,
us.
okay, okay. Okay. Yeah, I can hear you now. Something happened in between. There were too many glitches today. Again, apologies. So yeah, Nepali Aspects is running its fourth year this time, and so is IAD, and it just feels like the growth was like together, and we just feel so close to IAD because IAD, as a concept, how it started, to give focus towards non-Eurocentric narratives of asexuality, has been very, very, very pivotal for our activism as well, because in the name and with the back support of International Asexuality Day, our causes and our events and our existence has been taken a little bit more seriously than it would have been if we would not have the platform IAD. That is something I wanted to very much acknowledge. Uh, from the first time that I took part, that was the year that I was just out and I was so like inexperienced in doing all of this, because obviously who is experienced in doing all of this without having to do it. So it was very difficult initially, but having this back support of amazing aces worldwide, it just felt like a boost, no matter for how many months I didn't know even one ace person, no matter how long it took for us to go from one to two, two to three, three to four, four to 10. But all of the folks in the IAD team were just there with the warm hug and support. And it just felt so easy, to continue doing what I was doing. And I just wanted to acknowledge that today, because today we were there like celebrating IIT. And last year, like Sid said, there was like hundreds and thousands of people coming there. And everyone was like, trying to see at us from an external perspective, because on Instagram, in the online sphere, it's kind of an echo chamber. So there's just this small group of people, and like at least there's some noise we've already made. So it isn't that threatening, at least. But in the outside world, when we're doing it offline, in a public place, in a grand scale, it really did feel, oh, vulnerable. But because of the back support and like of the many aces worldwide and the experiences there, we just didn't feel that scared, because like it's not just us, we're not making it up. This is not a joke, this is real life, and all of us have been doing what we can to support each other. And I think that is what
There was so much enthusiasm.
No, this is not Manita's night.
This is like Manita's worst live stream day
Nightmare.
ever.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry because I know they're going to be a bit frustrated about this.
Mm.
I see Manita. Manita is backstage right now with the hands on her face. I'm so sorry. Okay, let's put Manita back up.
Can anyone hear me
Manita,
now?
Manita, I'm so sorry. I
I don't
swear we're gonna have an IAD panel specifically for you another day. Like I think chat agrees. Chat, say you agree, please, because Manita is having a breakdown. It happens.
I do not
Sometimes
know
it
if I'm
happens.
supposed to laugh or cry.
There are bad connection days when your mic does this weird thing that it works only for the first 3 seconds and you have to change 40 devices and then the connection stops working. It happens. And yeah, you see, the chat agrees. Manita deserves a separate day. So we will have the bonus, like the 25th hours, because 24 were not enough. But I'm so sorry, but like, please don't be don't be this frustrated because like if it happens, it happens, and if needed, the chat again agrees a lot. We will have time to do this again, but as Mick mentions, it was indeed a beautiful speech because the technical issues. So thank you for that. Look, everybody's sending support.
Thank you so much, everybody, for being so kind and precious. This is so good. But I'm not very much worried like I used to be. I told CP today also. Remember me like 3 years, 4 years down the road, and it was our first IAD meetup, which was the first time we Nepali asexuals met in person. The first time ever, six of us met. And so every IAD is like a reminder for us. It's an anniversary for us to celebrate our community, because before IAD, we did not have a meetup. Like we were not able to because the awareness, the everything, and like every IAD, we just grow and we just commemorate how important it is for us. Nepali Aspects has grown together with IAD, and it's just so wonderful. And today, even if I was like lagging so much tech issues, CP and Sid are here, and they're just like Nepali aspect representatives that doing the amazing things. And I'm like, I don't need to be that control freak, perfectionistic, not chill person anymore. It's like every single year I'm being lesser and lesser controlling and like more and more chill because of these wonderful, beautiful people and their support. And I just fills my heart with so much warmth seeing all of this. And I might cry because that's what I always do. But it will be tears of joy because my heart is so full. Just love all of you so much. And I can't imagine having a life without all of this present, like 4 years before, I was like so desperate to connect to just one Nepali ace person, and I thought I was the only one. I seriously thought I was the only one. And like now I have so many people who are there who just love me so much and they support me in my everyday life, not just in activism. And yeah, I love you, Akanksha. We're just like family. It's like I just love my found family so much. And I'm so happy that all of this is happening everywhere else in the world, even if there's so much hate somewhere maybe. Like even in our comment section today, someone said this is the most bullshit thing ever or something, and I wasn't even triggered anymore. I was like, I don't care. You're just ignorant. I know this is all bullshit, and I have my people, and you just educate yourself. Go look at the dictionary because you've got it wrong. Go look it up. 8 million people aren't bullshit. Our identities, our lives are not bullshit. And your inability to understand us or appreciate us and accept us is not going to change anything for us anymore. We have this back support, and we're just going to continue living our ace life and acing our life. So, yeah, I guess even if there'll be like tech issues, the tear issues will never stop. My tears of joy are like because of all of you. Thank you all so much for existing, for doing all of the things that you're doing. And like in day-to-day life also, all of my Nepali aspects family tolerating me and my control freak habits. It's like all the time pushing everybody in the group chat. It's like, where's the poster, where's the Google form, this event and that event, we have to make it, we have to do it. And they've been so good to me, they're so good to me, seriously. Again, I don't want to start ranting again, but yeah, I love you all. I love you all, my Nepali Aspects family and my IAD family, everyone, every ace in the world. Please, please, please know that in every corner of the world, without telling, some ace person is suffering from something or other.
No.
Just when it was about to get super good.
No. Well, this is not how I expected this live stream to go. I'm crying and laughing at the same time. Okay. Yes, yes, again. um, we knew this would happen. Come on. We knew this. Personally, I knew this would happen like at peak, like, the conclusion of the speech. But yeah.
Peak emotional moments, and then
Well, I think
bam.
peak emotional moment is when Manita said, I may cry with tears of joy, and like 2 seconds after, they literally started crying. I think that was,
Yeah.
if you ask me, that was peak emotional time. And I cried as well. I hate and love you, folks, like
Yeah.
regularly.
I think she made us all cry.
So
Um,
there's gonna be a forever immortalized moment of me crying on an IAD live stream.
Maybe it
That's
was a
great.
long time coming.
Who knows? Who knows what I will be doing next IAD? Um, well,
Yeah.
it sure is weird to ask questions now. So I will probably leave people be emotional and happy, and I see I'm not the only person crying and laughing. I guess someone else who's saying thank goodness I'm backstage is also having an emotional moment. So yeah, it was amazing. Like, it was
I
lovely.
think it's the spirit of her speech, right? That every ace everywhere in the world know that there is someone in some corner who's the same as you, and who's rooting, and who's that there is a community for you to reach out to. I think that we are glad it exists now, um, even though maybe for a lot of us it didn't exist at some point or another. But yeah. And I don't think, as much as Monita is glad to have found it and have found space, I don't think she's more glad than those of us who found this space because, one person took up the sort of onus to create the space. And for the people from IAD and from the international sexual asexual community who gave her that sort of back support so that she was able to, make the space for people like me and people like Sid who wouldn't have a community if, that one Instagram page had not started. And yeah.
It's, can I say, it's so sweet that Manita said they're learning to be less controlling because more and more they know that they have people helping out that she can rely on. And now you completed her speech when they were having like trouble with tech issues, and I think like it's the sweetest conclusion to that. I don't think this live stream could have been more perfect. Tech issues and all, but Ita has changed position again. We have the last one. You never
No,
give up, do you?
I've
No.
changed houses. I've changed locations now, not just devices. I came to another house. It's all right. As
Okay.
long as am I audible?
Yes.
I'm so sorry.
It's not a problem. Like we admire your determination and tenacity actually. We have a few minutes left. I see Deepa is already on backstage. So you ran to another house to tell us something more. So I guess we all agree that these last 4 minutes are for Manita. So here you go. The floor is yours.
Uh, I don't know how many times I'm gonna apologize, and I'm so sorry. But yeah, I think I said quite enough in the last 4 years, and like in the last rant session that I had, and I think the sentiment still holds. We have still so much more to do, and still so much more to go, and there's so much resistance because in the rural areas beyond our Kathmandu Valley, beyond our capital. There's so many people who don't even know that the word and the term and people who are asexual exist. Aromanticism, even more so. But we're still determined. All of us have tried, and with our voluntary efforts, come till here, where at least within the queer community and in the urban scene, everybody knows the ballet asexuals to some degree and our work, and even people who come from outside from the queer community, they just come and say that, oh, in our place ace activism is limited to the newer generation and younger people, and it's just a small thing that's starting up, stuff like that. But they say that it's so organized and systematic in our place, but I do not know if we are organized and systematic at all, because all of us are like dying every second. Every event we're like working so hard, and then like in the last moment we're not getting enough time and energy because we're stretching our bandwidth so much. I think in the previous section I remember someone saying that because of I don't know, I don't want to say that because we're aces, we are very dedicated and we have a lot of energy for other stuff, but we really are very passionate about very many things. And so all of us are like super invested in our job or in our work or in our side hustle. And because of that, yeah, there's so much we are doing, but it's not because it's convenient for us, but it's because we desperately care about it, and we're still stretching our health and our time and our work and still managing this much. I hope someday, either from national level or from external sources, we're able to have fundings or at least human resources or in some way help so that we can extend beyond the valley and reach in urban rural places where it's even more dreadful, it's even more scary. I can't even go to that direction right now, otherwise won't be able to continue properly doing what we've been doing. But seriously, we do feel like more ACEs should know about Nepali aspects, and more passionate people will join our team, just like Sid joined our team last year, because the same group of 4 or 5 individuals of us can't keep on doing this because we get burnt out. not because just of the activism, but also because most of us are neurodivergent, and the way our brain works and the struggles that we have, and, like finding all of this out. The last 4 years have been such struggle, like family issues, grieving, death in the family, and then like finding something so drastically uh, scary about oneself, about one's identity, and how to exist in the world. All of it has been so uh, heavy, and along with one or a few of the members, the whole group, I mean, like we're all like, oh, so our neurotype. Oh, so we're not just aces. Oh, so it's not just aromanticism. Oh, so they're autistic aces, and then ADHD, and okay, so it makes sense now. Like things make sense. So, but our activism has also branched out that way. We also have to go everywhere simultaneously. We can't focus on one aspect of our being and like stop with the other. So we're wholesomely trying to do what we can. I hope we can continue doing it. And I think Deepa is like waiting in another section. So I think my time should be over by now. It's like the final thing I'd like to say is that, yeah, Nepali aspects desperately is grateful and thankful, and is saying, like giving so much love to the IAD team and every other ACE in every part of the world. We love you, and like thank you for giving us this opportunity, for loving us so much with so much care. We will never forget this.
CP, Sid, and Manita, thank you. It was amazing. There's something I wanted to ask you, but we didn't have time because, like, Nepali Apex is one of the groups that started as strictly asexual and went to ASPEC, and that was interesting for me. But we can't discuss it now. I just wanted to reiterate that later at night, for me, it will be at night, there will be a panel in which we will discuss exactly that, like an asexual and aro perspective versus an aspec perspective. And so I think it's going to be like very, 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 very late and impossible for you to be up. But just know that in the future, when we do the Manita only panel, that is a topic I'd really like to discuss with you. Sid, thank you. CP, thank you so much. Manita, thank you again, and all the lovely Nepali aspects in the chat as well. It was amazing. I will now bring Deepa up so we can like say hi to each other and say goodbye to the lovely Nepali aspects. I would urge everyone to check out Nepali aspects on Instagram. As I said, like check the photos of their meetings. And now we are moving to spotlight on Bangladesh. And Deepa, bye. Thank you so much for being here. And okay, so I will change the banner. Oh, it's already, oh, right. I think I have Poopy as tech support now. Okay, Deepa, I have seen you in the backstage for a bit, so maybe you saw some of the emotional roller coaster that the previous panel was. Yeah, it was really lovely. So I am excited to have you here. I'm so happy you could make it. I would ask you first if you want to say something about yourself to the audience. Who is Deepa?
Okay. May I first ask your name, as I'm actually not know you?
Oh, of course. My name is Kate. I may as well say it because it was mentioned in the live stream before. But I normally go online, and in ASPEC Activism, I normally go by S as it is written. It's not like to hide the name. I normally go by S. I know it sounds weird, but...
No. That's cool. Okay, thank you. Thank you, S. So my name is Deepa Mahmouba Yasmin. I'm actually is
I pass out from fine arts, so I can call myself artist, and now I can call myself queer artist. And mostly what I am doing now, that is a aesthetic activism I am calling, because of, as I have a long term suffering with the conversion therapy, and mostly I am now doing those issues what I have faced, now converting those a graphic novel, a graphic content, because of I'm just trying to make sure people that it is actually not something what they are looking for. Even you might be know that in South Asia, there are many asexual also wanted or looking for conversion therapy because of their partner asking for. So they are just looking for how they can change themselves, and they are going to the doctor. And here in Bangladesh, I can mostly say that most of the doctor assure that yes, I have some magical thing, how can they change someone's orientation, and they are starting a procedure. And I have done some case studies where there are different type of after effects with those therapies. So I'm just talking about those things mostly, as I am a lucky person who never experienced the intimate partner violence. So I am very less talk about the spousal rape or the marital rape, because of I personally not experience those things. But in our community, the other activists are very openly spoke about it right now. So this is what I am.
Thank you so much. We will talk more about your art. Will you show some of it as well?
Yes,
Later?
I can show my
Huh?
screen if you allow.
I just want to say, like, I will ask you a lot about, you are the founder, do I remember right, of the Bangladeshi Association for Asexuality. So I will ask about that, of course, but we will also talk a lot about your art, because I had just a peek, a small look, and it was amazing. And I would really like to get to know more about your work, about your art. But we will probably leave the trigger warning as long as we're talking about your art, because it's very tied to experiences of violence and conversion therapy. Just to, I mean, the trigger warning is already up, and people heard what you said about your art. But just to double reiterate this, Deepa is an amazing artist that deals with a very, very heavy and incredibly important form of activism, a very heavy topic. So if conversion therapy, in case all the things that are tied to it for ACEs, so it can be from violence in healthcare to marital rape. If any of these admittedly very heavy topics are triggering or traumatic for you, please, it's probably better if you refrain from listening to the whole panel. And maybe later, when we will publish the subtitles, you can check the parts that we can select, the parts that are not dealing with conversion therapy. So this panel is probably being with the trigger warning up all the time. So I just wanted to be upfront with this. And now we can go back to it. Tell us a bit more, like, before everything, because before going back to your art, Bangladeshi Association for Asexuality, does it have a name in your own language also?
Yes,
Or?
it is Ojounotitto. What is means someone who have mind and like brain and heart both have no sexual attraction. So it actually used because of in our country when we translate the word homosexual, most of the time I object, I opposed with those translation, because of that was Shomokamita, which actually means same sex desire, as we actually define someone's sexuality not based on desire, based on attraction. So I just feel when someone said it's desire, I think it's a creates some confusion. So when I ask for the Google translator to translate asexuality in Bangla, they also refer that like uh, less of sexual desire. So I just translate it in my own research based word, which is ajounachitto, because of it's actually not the desire, it's something related with heart and brain.
That's like amazing. As I mentioned earlier, like I have an interest in linguistics, and so this is amazing. And I think that something great about IAD is also the chance to rediscover our culture and our different cultures, and also the different languages we use to speak about LGBT topics and issues, because sometimes like English comes and involuntarily or sometimes voluntarily like erases everything and leaves only English behind. So it's so important to safeguard these cultural pieces of our theories, our reflection, and our language. So when did you found this association? How was your experience founding it?
Okay, then I can start with the very beginning how it was, as I have a member of the larger queer community of
Okay.
Bangladesh, and for a many times as I saw the most of those people are very hypersexual, and I just feel very ashamed that what I can say about myself, as most of the gathering they are talking about they have many boyfriends, they have many girlfriends. So I just say like I just can't cope up with them, that how can I introduce about my orientation. And like in many years I was working with them as an artist, as an art educator, but I don't feel the courage to say something about my own orientation. So once I started talking with some of my fellow artists and a curator about what I am feeling, and I said that I am just feeling that I am the only person in the world who feels something very weirdly. I don't like, I have no attraction for anyone. That as I am coming from a Bangla medium education system, I have a very less knowledge of English that time, still. So still now. So that time she said that I am very familiar with the word asexuality, and I know that what you are feeling at it is called asexuality. And she said that there is many other organization I googled in like there are many other organizations in the world who are having those feelings. So already that time we have the one and only queer art gallery of Bangladesh, and that curator and me collaboratively invite a symposium globally for the asexuals, and she helped me for a whole year to as my translator for many meetings. We have meeting with Evan, we have meeting with many other countries from the Australian asexuals, Indian asexuals, for the larger community who are already visible online that time, and we reach out everyone. And I just feel very valid from that time, that it was in 2019. So that I found those people have a organization, and then we start that a sexual pride asia was actually an event of us from our gallery. We are starting with a symposium, and then the Indian asexual said that there is a state of India which is Kolkata, we both have same language. So they said that just arrange a several meetings with live Zoom in the Kolkata ACE Expos. When I started those meeting with the live from my own, I create a page, and from that page, that time I found some people who reach out to me that they are also having the same feeling from my own country. So it's a very long story to find another ASIC was from my country to reach out. Before that, for a long year, I just think that I am the only person in my country who are having this type of weird feelings. So called weird.
Yeah, but it's amazing how sometimes things turn out. And also, like, I think that's a very common experience in the ASPEC community, especially in times where these orientation were even less discussed than now, to feel like you are the only person in the world. Like you can feel so alone, because you look around and you think it's just you, and then at some point you realize it's not like that, and like for some people it's like the world is tilting all of a sudden, and it really changes everything. For some people it's something that was life changing. And I'd ask you, well, I'll go straight to the topic, and maybe later we can go back to the association, what you're doing with the association. But about your art, also, if you want to show some, if you want to tell us how you decided to start doing this activism, this aesthetic activism. I like the expression a lot about this topic, because I think that like your art is extremely impactful on a topic that needs so much talking about and so much advocacy. So I would really like to know more about how you came to the decision of channeling this through art and more. And also, if you want to show some pieces, you can.
Yes, thank you. I'm very new to this server like Discord. So can you please guide me? How can I share my screen?
Okay. The problem is you're asking me to do the only thing I didn't do today, because I never had to. So this time, I don't know. So I will ask the tech support to write into the chat, or if the chat is familiar with StreamYard and want to tell us. There should be a share screen. I probably can't see it because I'm from a PC. I'm not from a computer. I'm from the phone. So if Mick or any other who is in the support could write in the private chat and guide Deepa. Deepa, you can answer the question before, and then we'll go to sharing the screen and sharing visually some of your art.
I think I'm trying to share screen. Can you see my screen?
Yes, I can. Great. I just have to add it to stage. Great. So everything is alive and well.
Thank you. These were actually conceptualized by me, and here is I have a friend who helped me for the illustration. His name is Stonewall. So we both collaboratively do those graphic things, and the other works, which is the painting, was done by me and other artist who is a very famous folk artist of Bangladesh. I will say his name later. Okay. So now I can start with those things. And I can say one thing, that as I know it's a triggered thing for many people. So I always try to make things a very funny way, a very like a comedy, as a very mock with those doctors. And maybe in South Asia, we also have a practice which is pretty much like black magic. There are mostly in India, Bangladesh, Pakistan. Here some people said there are different type of yoga sessions that yoga can change someone's orientation. There are some, as my mother take a water from a black magician, that black magician said if I drink those water my orientation can be changed. So those funny things happens in our country, though it is not funny for me when it was happened with me. So I just make some mock with those scenarios so I can start showing those things. Here is my own portrait and a figure in that upside down, and in the late in bottom I have written I'm totally straight. And it was one of my series of work where I am saying I am totally straight, and all the picture I have upside down because of when they're forcing me for those therapies. I was like always saying yes I'm straight, I'm always saying I'm totally straight, where I wasn't straight I don't feel that, but I was haven't that courage to fight the whole society where no one have that same feeling what I am feeling. So I was just accept that I am totally straight. So those things are, here is a doctor who act like a magician, and here is a magician with a religious books. And most of those real black magicians in South Asia, those call themselves a very powerful religious activist or something like that. Here is also the same things in the bottom of me. Here is many pills, and in the bottom I have written I'm totally straight, and that is a protest against aphobic conversion therapy. Here is also different kinds of magical things what I have experienced in my life. And another thing, it is actually not from my own experience, it's from a Indian friend's experience, that when that person said that person is an asexual, that time their family started worship. Their family said you are actually not a human, you are just a god, because of there is a concept that god have no sexual attraction, and they thought that that person is someone a avatar of god, and they started worship. And I just said that we actually don't want worship, we just want to treat as a normal citizen. It was a my screen, you can see my screen where I have uh, created that image. And here also it was a installation art where all the picture I am upside down, and in the bottom I have written I am totally straight. And this one also a protest work of mine. And here is a case study, I can share this with you. Here I'm using a pseudonym which is Ian, and who is 28 years old when I was taking his interview. And he was saying that he was going through this uh, many type of conversion therapy, taking very high libido pills for having high libido, and now he is suffering with that high libido because of he don't find anyone sexy. He said that the word was like he was very picky. He said I am actually very picky, I don't find anyone sexy. And he was saying that he was masturbating 3 to 5 times at a day, and all the day he was feeling so tired, and he was just cannot focus any work. And now he already take 2 times suicidal attempt because of he just think that there is no hope of his life, because of he will never find someone sexy, and he will never can get having sex. But he all time have suffering with that high libido. And those things like make me mad, that how actually our culture and our doctors make our life threatening. And those are also some picture of mine with AroAce flags. And here is that thing, what is your gaze about us? That was a exhibition I have done in my own gallery, and I just said there are many types of gaze I have facing. As when I said my parents that I am asexual, they have no understanding of what is asexuality. Even in Bangladesh mostly, there is actually no understanding of sexuality. They have only understand the concept of gender, which is just third gender we called like trans sex. They just thought, even they have no idea that trans sex have to go through a medical process to change their gender. So they just thought that I am just someone who might be going through from female to male in a sudden day. And every time my mother come to me and ask me, your hair is going like growing, and she just feeling very worried, and she just saying, I'm just converting as a man. Those are a very like awful feelings I have suffered that time. And later I just make a mock with that what actually they feel. It is a character of genie here, and genie is can change overnight myself from female to male. Another one again, that I am upside down, and in the side I have written how to look effortlessly queer. That work was actually done for my other queer friends, as I have working with the biggest queer community of Bangladesh, and they even don't allow me to call myself asexual. Even I am usually wearing the rainbow um, poncho, and they are not even happy why I am wearing rainbow, because of their thing only the gay people have that right to wear this type of things. As I am asexual, so I cannot call myself queer. So that was my question that time to my friends, that what actually should I do to look like a queer? Is it something like changing my hair color, or changing something that make me queer? Because of what I have suffering isn't enough to call myself queer. So those are the works I have done because of that. And this is a asexual and a trans man who is forced for getting married, and that was a beside a uh, like arms to kill someone for like not accepting the social norms, but heteronormative social norms. Those are also based on some case studies. And here is like again that we born that way, don't try to fix us. And that was another work what was make triggering the allosexual folks, that I am not here to entertain straight people. Those are also a very debatable work I have done ever. And another one I have done a installation art with many eggs. Here is a bottle of egg. Here is another bottle, and here all the word I have written, which was the Bengali translation of uh, queer, which is like all the words are very negative actually. And here in the motive of ace I have written what is the translation it should be is uh, marginalized, or someone which is outcasted. So when I said I am queer, for me the meaning is I am outcasted. That's why I am saying I am queer. So for me, that translation was the more better translation of queer in Bangla. And another one is, as that work was against the compulsory reproduction norms, and another one was the other side. There are many people who are kids positive to support those people, and these work as I am actually gray aromantic, but I mostly don't work with aromanticism as I am not very much familiar having those experience. So there is only one work with the aromantics, as I know that many aromantic friends said that when they are said they are aromantic, they find people are saying that they are heartless. So I just doing those things. And here is what we are doing now. We are talking about aphobia, and we are always opposed that Idaho in the May 17 they are celebrating Idaho BIT, but never include a. It is never asexual inclusive or aromantic inclusive, and they never recognize that there are many type of aphobia we are facing. So we already emailed last 2 years to change their name, but still they are already continued only that Idaho beat. So this is now a big attempt from my side to change that name. That's all. Thank you.
Deepa, thank you so much. I loved everything you showed, and especially two of the writings you had. Like, I'm not here to entertain straight people is probably going to become my catchphrase. And I really like, actually, on a more serious note, the other lettering, let's say, with the "What is your gaze on me?" was it? I found that, yeah, what is your gaze about us? I found it amazing and extremely interesting, because I know, like, we all have different experiences with different socioeconomical backgrounds, cultural backgrounds, but something sometimes resonates also for different reasons. And this sentence here, like, spoke to me a lot, because one thing that I noticed when I came out as asexual is that I started, like, experiencing much more misogyny, because all of a sudden it seemed that people were so extremely interested in knowing what I did with my body, what I did with my sexuality. And suddenly it was, at first it was a bit overwhelming, because I suddenly felt like this gaze upon me, that I didn't feel before. And it was like so many eyes pointed at me and asking me questions I would have never imagined people would ask. And so I don't know, like, I really like this piece you showed. I wanted to tell you, because, like, it made me think of that, and me, I don't know, made me go back to that feeling, but with, like, a more resisting kind of. I would have wanted to have already the words to answer and say, why are you doing this, and what is your gaze about me? What does your gaze about me tell about you and your vision of people, of sexuality, and so on. So thank you for showing it. Also, of course, also in the chat,
Should
if
I
people want to.
stop screen sharing?
Sorry. Yeah, of course, if you want, I can do that, I think. No, you can as well. Also in the chat, if you want to share any thoughts about Deepa's art, thank you so much. We'll read it gladly. It was extremely interesting. I also love your art, and I was told before that, like, you brought your art to Australia once. Did I understand it correctly, to a panel?
Yes.
Have you been called, like, to showcase your art abroad many times? How well are you known and recognized for the art you make?
Okay, I'm blessed that as my country never allow me actually, as my gallery is invitation only gallery. We are only invite trustworthy people to visit our gallery. It is not a open gallery. We never can promote any of our exhibitions publicly. So I have just played that outside of my country I can do some public exhibitions, and that time I can reach out many people, so different type of peoples, because of those country are giving me those safe space to show my works. That's why many times out of my country I have shown my work, and my gallery was invited to show other artists works, because of our country never allow us to show or talk
Mhm.
about those things in publicly. And even maybe that in Bangladesh our education system don't allow the sex education, which is why I think we have suffered for so long to find out what is our orientation. I have find out my orientation when I was in 30. So it is actually I have passed my 30 years with a confusion that I have some problem and I am the only one in the world. So it is actually very important thing to, if our country have that sex education in the school level, maybe we can find out ourselves very early.
Mm, yeah. We talked about sex education before, and like recognize that in many countries the situation is not great. But at this point, since you said like the situation like that, you can't showcase your art freely in Bangladesh because of how society's stance is on LGBT topic is. Tell us more about what Bangladeshi Association for Sexuality did. What were your accomplishments, especially what are your ambitions for the future?
Okay, as in Bangladeshi association, I am I am the founder, but now there is a admin panel, and I am very blessed with having a very wonderful admin panel for the uh, BDA. We are calling Bangladeshi Asexual Association, and Bangladeshi Asexual Association here, two professional academician was work uh, is continue working with us as an theoretician who works to translate the words in Bangla, like all the spectrums of asexuality we are trying to translate in Bangla. And we are not taking like, we follow even we follow other website where we find all those definitions, but now what we are doing, we are taking people's interview, and based on those interview we try to create the Bangla charm of those feelings. Because of, if we use the like word to word translation, sometimes it is misleading. So most of the work based on BDA is translation, and we are doing some graphic contents for the people of our country to understand how actually asexuality works, because of they are thinking sometimes that it is something like a person never was born, never have those libido or something. So how actually people feeling, based on many other case studies we do some graphic content. But I do less work for BDA, more work for our Asian initiatives, because of in BDA I just fed up with one thing, that many of the members have the only one intention, which is finding a right partner. We are here actually not for matchmaking, but they are actually ask us only the one thing, which is matchmaking. And I was always saying that if someone buying a new phone, then also they are doing a very good research nowadays. They do lots of uh, video watching with like they do a very good work before buying a new phone. But when they are looking for a partner, they even don't want to do some study about their own orientation. They just don't, they for some reason, for reading some articles of our pages, they thought maybe they are asexuals. They even don't find out what spectrum they are in. They just call us to find a right partner to them. That how can someone find a right partner when even they don't know what actually they are feeling, what is their spectrum? They don't do any study. So I'm really very fed up with Bangladeshi asexual community members, that why you are like less effort to do the less effort to find your own orientation, to do some study. So I mostly now work for the Asian initiatives, because of here we are very uh, good feedback. We find the very good feedback from the other Asian asexuals members. They are also have some interest on research, and we are doing some good uh, anthology with that.
That's extremely interesting, honestly. Like I can understand about the matchmaking part. Sometimes it's like I think like people can want and can have any type of relationships they want, so it's perfectly okay if they want. Sometimes in the ACE community we are very anxious. It's true, we are very anxious about finding a relationship, because it's not just we maybe we want one, but we are also extremely worried about the fact that we would be cast out for our orientation. And I think it's important to recognize where these feelings come from. But I can also understand that it can be weird when you're organizing like your association and your activism, and the main thing that is always asked is the matchmaking. But yeah, it's also something we really need to uh, reflect upon, and how much heteronormativity and the things we get said to us all the time make us like sometimes live in with the anxiety of how we can have the relationship that was prescribed as the best for us. I'm very interested in the fact that you mentioned. I knew that there's like this coordination between different Asian ACE and or ASPEC groups, which is extremely interesting. I also wanted to ask, like, one of the questions that I always had in mind in these panels was, do you think that, like, how, if so, you think that international cooperation between asexual communities can help, can be useful, can be the next step for your activism? And in a way, you already mentioned that you have that, you do that with Asexuality Asia, with the Asian initiatives. I wanted to ask more about what is your gaze, what is your relationship to Western activism? How is it perceived in the, because like one of the, oh God, this hadn't happened for some time, and I had to do it at some point. Like one of the main topic of IAD is like promoting different countries' activism, also going further from the only focusing on Western activism and English-speaking countries. And I wanted to know, what is your perspective on that? Do you feel that like Asian activism, activism in Bangladesh and in other countries is still erased? And I think the answer is yes. I wanted to ask more about how and what you think is the perspective, and what we can do to challenge this and to make it so that IAD is not the only day in which we try to challenge this perspective, but we go over. knowing full well that I'm talking from Europe, so I'm part of the problem, but I really wanted to hear your perspective on this.
Okay, to be very honest, my perspective is not, or my feedback is not so good about reaching out the Western organization who work with asexuality. Unfortunately, so far, I have emailed so-called very prominent activists in the Western activism. I don't want to mention those names right now. I just get feedback only from Poopy and Mick from the event right now. So far, like in 4 years of working with BDA, I never find out any response from others' emails. I have emailed several times but never replied. So for those Western who work with asexuals, I have get a very good feedback from the Australian aces only. They are a very good friend of mine so far, but not from the others. It's maybe a very unfortunate thing for me. And the other thing, I am very privileged that I am a member of Interpride and a board member of Interpride. I am having those good relationships with other Western organizations who are globally active. Even I am a member of ILGA, but unfortunately, I am not involved with those organizations who are very renowned for asexual activism. I don't know why they are never answering my email. I don't know why. Maybe the another reason is I am not someone who is familiar with Discord. I know they mostly use Discord, and I am not familiar with Discord, so that can be a reason.
I don't think that's enough of a reason to ignore emails, actually, because like emailing is another platform. So
yes.
Yeah, well, that's interesting. Like there's I don't remember who, but I think you're not even the first person mentioning this, honestly. If the chat, I hope no one in the chat has been here so long, but if someone can help me remember, like another group today mentioned something like this, actually having no feedback from Western groups, European groups, US groups. I think it's something we should really reflect on, because like we are always very, I don't want to say self-absorbed, but other words don't come to my head at the moment, because
Another
like
thing I can mention, what I feel so far, that is Western have a concept that when they are saying that they invite some people from India, they are saying we are inclusive South Asia. There is not only that India represent the whole South Asia. There are many different countries are here, and we have different significant issues to share. So I just feel that IAD or even have that concept. They have a token South Asian representation, which is also a very bad thing. I am the first time I am talking with IAD, which I really don't feel. I saw Poopy also I agree with me. So it is a problematic thing. India is only one country in the whole Asia and whole South Asia. When you are inviting someone from India, you are saying you are a global organization. It is completely wrong. You are not a global organization. You are still a Western organization and only have one representation or two representation from Asia. It is actually not a good thing.
Thank you so much. It feels weird to say I'm happy to hear this as well on the live stream. Again, knowing full well that like I'm in the part of the Western activism. I was thinking to myself that like people normally don't try to. Someone wrote in the chat like we are too small for them sometimes. And yes, there are many small groups that are too small sometimes. But what I wanted to say before that, like I'm so happy. Yes. I mean, Poopy is saying something that is very. What I wanted to say, like, it's nice that this is being brought into the public eye, also in this live stream. Again, I'm in a weird position to say that because, like, I'm part of the problem, let's say, because yes, I'm part of Western activism. Yes, Italy is written under my name, so it's clearly stated. And I think that like the fake inclusion part is something very real that we really need to work on. And I think that like networking is the key here. Like it shouldn't be like you trying to reach one by one to different groups, but there should be a network, like at least IAD is trying with so many issues and problems, but is trying to do. I think we should also like work a bit more on being, let's say, accessible. I see many people saying what you said is very important in the chat, but also like before we talked to an activist from the Vietnamese group, and they admitted that like they are in the IAD network, but it's not easy to keep updated because sometimes it gets overwhelming. I think once again this live stream we did today has given us things to think about, and I think we should really think about having more inclusive and accessible ways for people to like follow up on things and follow each other up and keep up with things, because if there's this matter, of course, about Western activism, and someone is mentioning like also the eye of Orientalism that is rooted in colonialism and etc. And this is an issue. It's a problem. I also think this gets on top of the fact that when it takes so much energy to keep in contact with other groups, smaller groups are inherently at a disadvantage because maybe they don't have the resources or the power to allocate onto keeping up with how many emails or notifications we have. So we will work on that, and I hope like this stream was the first step in having a truly like first step, but I have to admit again that like we sent an email, for example, to the mailing list inviting people to join, and the answer were not many because sometimes people can't follow with that, and so many people who were invited on the stream were actually contacted one by one on Instagram, for example, by the people who were organizing the stream. And it can't always work like this because we have always these broken contacts. We still have like more than 5 minutes, and I wanted to ask if there's something else you'd like to say about your experience as a sexual activist from Bangladesh, or if there's something more like it's time to shoot all your arrows, not arrow people, arrows. I can't speak English that good. And if there's something else you'd like to say to like how Western activism approaches to the topic and what we should be doing better like right now.
Okay. First of all, thank you so much everyone who were giving the support with my complaint, and thank you S to accepting this complaint, because of it is actually not complaint. I was like want to mention these things in a public platform because I feel I have said these things in person to make sometimes that I am not feeling welcoming, and I have said some Australian friends who are also work as an admin in your organizations previously. So I just feel that when I mention these things, I have that intention to work with togetherness, like we are not separate, so we can, when we can work together, we will definitely can do something for the global good future. And I was also avoiding your organization's emails for many times, as when they haven't replied, I also take the revenge. So it is also a fault from my side, I can accept these things. So I was also avoiding last like 2-3 years emails. So I also acknowledge those things. So these meeting was a open conversation, so I feel good that you also accept what you have done, and I also want to accept what my fault was. So thank you so much for inviting me and arranging this big event. It is really important, and I really appreciate it.
Thank you so much for everything. You gave us so many interesting things to work on. From Chile, they are asking how to contact you.
Okay, is there
What is
any
the best
chat
way?
option? So, you can email me in our organization's email, anoaqa@gmail. So it is all the short from anoaqa.
Mm, would you be able to type it in the private chat so we can like simply copy and paste, not to risk like writing it in the wrong way? And also, you said earlier, thanks for accepting my complaint. It's not actually a complaint. I think
Yes,
sometimes it's also okay to complain when things are bad. Like, why not? Okay, thank you so much.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay, okay. So I knew the. Great. So here it is. Oh, okay. So this is the global email for the Asian initiatives, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Amazing. Well, thank you so much, Deepa.
Thank
I
you. Yes.
hope I get to see your art in person one day.
Oh,
I will come
great.
to wherever you are. Thank you. It was lovely. It was amazing. You are free if you need to go. We can have a small break, unless there's someone in chat who wanted to give more feedback, say something more about this, or ask something more to Deepa. You can all find the email to contact the Asian initiatives, and I want to go there too. Like, we're organizing. I already have to go to Nepal because after Manita started crying on stream, I feel like I literally had to go to. I've always wanted to go meet Nepali aspects, but now even more so. And yeah, so thank you so much, Deepa. It was really, really, really amazing to get to know you.
Thank you, Pupi. Thank you all who are supporting me, and thank you S for hosting me the wonderful event. So I think I can now leave the studio.
Yeah, of course, and it's great.
Okay. Bye.
Bye. Okay. So in 1 minute, we're starting with the next panel. I see Yasmin already waiting backstage. So I'm putting Mick and Yasmin on stage. And I'm going to drink some water. That's always important. Yasmin, thank you so much for being here. But I think that Mick is going to do all the introductions and stuff. And so I will leave you to this. And I'm actually so excited for this panel because like when I saw what you're doing with Stonewall and the ACE report, I was like, this is very important. So I really want to hear you talk about it. Bye and see you later.
Thank you.
Yeah, well, bye, S, and I hope you managed to get some rest. Gosh, I don't know if you've seen Yasmin, but yes, S has been on pretty much from on and off since the start of the panel. It's quite amazing. Yeah. Anyway, maybe we can start in a minute or so. Have we done all the last minute pings of all the places we would like to join?
Yeah. I guess we should give people a bit of time to tune in, but also, I guess, introduce what we're going to be doing today in our little hour and a half.
Yeah, in fairness, we've been spamming. I've been spamming everywhere with live stream. And I know lots of other people have been doing likewise. So yeah. So hello everybody. My name is Michael Dore. I'm a member of the Avon board, but you're not here to hear about me as such. I'm here to have a conversation with somebody who I think does not need any introduction, Yasmin Benoit. And despite saying that, I'm going to ask you to introduce yourself anyway.
Well, hi everybody. I hope you're all having a really amazing International Asexuality Day so far. If you don't know, I am a model, aromantic, asexual activist, writer, speaker, media consultant, and researcher at Stonewall. And in our little session, we wanted to be getting into not just asexual activism and the activism that I've been doing and my journey with that, because people often ask me about like, how'd you get into it and what can I be doing and all those things. So we're going to leave some time for everybody to ask their questions for a good 30 minutes. So save those up for the end. And we're also going to be getting into the work I've been doing with Stonewall and asexual research and how we can kind of get the ball rolling on that kind of thing. So I hope you all enjoy the session.
So, as you've alluded to, we'll be talking about some fairly difficult topics, including, well, ace discrimination. And so maybe we should take this as a kind of generic trigger warning that there will be, well, talk of discrimination and possibly other potentially triggering things, not just ace discrimination, but other identities, as I'm sure will be in our conversation. Anything else we should be warning about right now?
I mean, I'm sure lots of people here have probably seen some of my work before. You know that topics like racism and acephobia and sexism tend to come up. So brace yourself, because that is unfortunately part of the experience. And as we're talking about my activism, yeah, that's definitely going to come up a little bit.
Okay. Yeah, thank you for that. So just be aware of that and let's get cracking.
Yes, I'm gonna have a little, for people that don't like want more of a visual, aside from just me and Michael's face, I have some slides or a few little highlights from my activism. So that's gonna be going in the background while we're speaking. So yeah, let's jump into it, shall we?
So, right. So would you like to tell us a bit about your background and like how you actually got into activism in the first place?
Yeah, so the first thing I did, which I guess was the first time I met you, was the International Asexuality Conference 2018. That was my first in-person activism thing. Prior to that, I had kind of publicly came out on my socials in late 2017. So there really wasn't, like, this was in like November. So there really wasn't that much time before the in-person aspect of the activism started. And it was at the conference where they were also shooting a documentary with BBC Three. And I didn't really like how that turned out. And then I guess me being kind of open about that and people being interested in that was kind of what ironically got the ball rolling. And at the time, I was studying for my master's degree in crime science. So I was very much expecting that to be what I ended up doing. I was not anticipating that so much of my life would be taken up with activism. I didn't expect people to care that much when I first mentioned it on my socials or anything like that. So yeah, it was quite a surprise that things kind of ended up going the way they did.
Yeah, so I remember this well, actually. So I was one of the organisers for it was the UK Asexuality Conference 2018 in London. So we actually hadn't had a conference for a while. The previous one, well, we hadn't had an in-person conference for a while. We'd had the World Pride conference in London, then we had several other international conferences, then we had this UK one in 2018, and I remember getting an email from somebody called Yasmin Benoit saying, I'm a ACE activist and model. Do you have any speaking spaces in the conference? And at the time, I think I recognized the name. I'm not totally sure about that. Had you possibly been in some media pieces already?
Yeah, I think so.
But I couldn't swear to that. I might have just made it up. But yeah, I thought, oh, that looks. She looks pretty cool, and you did a couple of panels for us. Of course, I had no idea at that point that it was going to snowball and your activism was going to become sort of the sort of global and phenomenon that it has since then.
Yeah, it's so funny to think back to then. And then the following year, I became a board member of AVEN and started doing some stuff with Pride in London. And then things just kind of like the ball just started rolling, really.
Yeah, I have very vivid memories of the Ace of Clubs event that you put together. It was actually, we had another conference in 2019 at Edinburgh, and then like a week after, we were back to London, and it was this. But you could tell me all about it better. But what were your memories from that event?
Yeah, I mean, at that point, I had literally only been to Pride in London once. So this was my second time there when they were being sponsored by Budweiser, and Budweiser was thinking of ways to kind of step outside of the box of what they were doing for the queer community. And they didn't just want to be like, okay, let's donate to the big charities and let's just talk about the usual issues. They kind of wanted to go beyond the queue, which I thought was pretty good. And so they kind of approached me with the idea of like, we want to do an asexual event, like a kind of pop-up bar thing. And we want you to host it and be quite heavily involved. And that was the first ACE space in Pride in London. And I think that we do need more in-person things. So I was really eager to be involved in that. And yeah, so it was a 2-day open bar, hangout space, cafe, cinema, pizza party. And it was like a really positive experience.
Yeah, that's right. And I remember it well. And it was sort of thing that was actually quite inclusive for people who, like some other ACEs, I don't drink alcohol. And so people think of a bar as like sort of very alcohol fused. But actually it was very... It was very welcoming to people like me in that respect, which it kind of had to be because I know a lot of the ACE community doesn't drink, and some do, some don't, and so it was a very positive atmosphere.
Yeah, I mean, we had like cake decorating and stuff, like little ACE pillows and a photo section. So yeah, there was a free bar if you wanted to drink. But there was also like soft drinks and everything. So
yeah, we were only missing tie dyeing and candle making. Okay, and so of course, since these early events, your activism has really ballooned, and you've been in so many media pieces. I've just totally lost count, and lots of initiatives. And of course, being on like me being on the board of AVEN, what would you put as your sort of overarching goal in your ace activism that kind of makes it stand out from other ace activism in the UK?
I mean, I feel like for me, I'm just trying to like fill a gap. It just so happens that there's gaps everywhere. So I feel like I have to do a lot of things. I mean, when I first started, I was just kind of like the model who had started talking about asexuality. And then people were like, oh, well, what about events and spaces? So kind of started thinking more about that. And then it was, well, what about writing and articles? We started doing some more of that. And then it was like, well, what about the behind the scenes stuff? So working with AVEN. And then it was, well, what about international things? So I started doing things of that. And then it's like, well, we want a day and we want this and we want that. So then I just kind of had to spread myself everywhere and kind of do as much as I could. So, and that was kind of like all my goal has been, is just to kind of bring something different to spaces where asexuality hasn't really been included before. And even if it has been included there before, to kind of bring a more intersectional perspective. Because I had definitely, like when I first started, I had seen that there was activism going on. I just couldn't relate to any of it really. And I saw that there was representation, but again, I just couldn't relate. And that was kind of like the initial thing that motivated me to say something and to publicly come out in the first place, because I was like, I can't sit here and complain about how I don't see any Black asexual people that I can relate to when I'm just sitting here with my own platform, like not saying anything, waiting for somebody else to solve the problem. So yeah, the goal's the same, but the way it manifests changes all the time.
Right, I think that's been a theme, the sort of intersectional aspect of it.
Yeah, because I think that the conversations around asexuality have kind of been stuck in the same place for about 20 years. I think lots of places are still like, okay, well, introduce us to the subject. What does it mean? And it doesn't really go any further than that. And I feel like there's a lot more that could be said. And there's so many differences in our experiences and so many things that are impacted by the intersections that you have. So that was kind of like what motivated me to focus on that. I mean, I can't really avoid it, to be honest. I'm quite obviously Black. So I can't really like not mention that and not mention that it makes a difference.
Yeah, I think that's an interesting point, that a lot of the conversations, I find that a lot of the conversations do go over the same ground over and over again. And in some cases, they kind of have to, because even though we've been saying the same thing for over and over again, there are still people who actually just have never heard of asexuality and want to know the basics. And so we kind of can't stop doing that. On the other hand, yeah, I think, like you mentioned, it kind of gets worrying if that's all you ever talk about. So having some of these more, what do you want to call them, 201 discussions really helps diversify it a bit.
Definitely.
So you've mentioned, of course, being a Black asexual woman, and I know that that's a very important part of your activism, and I'm sure we'll come back to that in as we go on. Are there any other sort of intersections that you've looked at in detail when you feel you can really speak to of your experience?
Yeah, I mean, I think that, being aromantic as well makes a difference. And it's quite ironic because I remember when I was younger, like it all, and to an extent today, it still does blend into like one big thing. Like my aromantic experiences and my asexual experiences do feel very similar. It wasn't really until literally the ACE conference, I think, when I realized that lots of asexual people aren't aromantic. I kind of assumed that most were, because I hadn't really met anybody. And that was when I kind of realized that there is a distinction there. And then the more work I started to do, the more I noticed that being aromantic was not hugely beneficial, in that for women, especially in the media, when you want to talk about something, the focus is usually on your dating or romantic experiences. That's kind of the only narrative the media knows how to discuss with women. And so whenever I was like, oh, but I'm aromantic, so I'm not going to be talking about that, then I noticed the interest would vanish quite often. So that's kind of just like an additional hurdle in terms of what I've been allowed to say and where I've been allowed to take my message, because lots of places aren't really that interested in asexuality unless it's about your relationship difficulties. And yeah, and then I feel like, you know, being from the UK, that's a different experience, as I'm sure we've all touched upon a lot during this live stream. Like each country kind of has their own things going on. So yeah, I feel like there's kind of just like lots of different things. And while this isn't necessarily an intersection, my background being in modeling and that being like one of the things you find quite quickly when you Google me definitely makes a difference.
Yeah, I mean, so speaking for myself, I'm an AroAce, but I tend not to sort of focus on the Aro part of my identity as much. Maybe I'm just more comfortable discussing asexuality in public. So, yes, having people like you around who can sort of seamlessly move between the two is very powerful, I think.
Oh, thank you, Isabel.
So, mentioned, of course, that one very important intersection you've been talking about is the Black asexual experience. Have you noticed a sort of have you noticed more of a sort of building of a sort of visible Black ace community since you've started, perhaps in the UK, perhaps elsewhere, since you've started doing activism work, which has kind of been reaching out to well, everybody, but especially Black aces, I guess?
I mean, I can't say specifically in the UK, but I do feel like online, Black aces are being more vocal, and some people, not all, are more open to hearing from them. I think that, you know, as we kind of reach a post Black Lives Matter like an era where diversity and inclusion is something that people consider, where they're at least will think, okay, we probably need at least one Black person to say something about something. I think that has kind of helped Black voices to be included in conversations in general a bit more. And I do think that there has been a bit more emphasis within the ACE community to acknowledge that it's been a very white dominated space for the majority of time. So yeah, I definitely feel like I've seen more Black aces kind of getting their flowers and being able to kind of form communities in online spaces. In person, I feel like there's still statistically, at least in my experience, so few that your chances of being able to do that in person is quite slim. Like if I do an in-person event and there's another Black person there, it's like, oh my God, there's another one. Because it's like really not that common.
Right, but I'm sure that to the extent it has improved, your activism work has really been a game changer in that respect.
I mean, I always hope that like what I do speaks to Black aces in particular, because that's kind of something I never had, and I was always quite aware that. I mean, in our community in particular, we place so much emphasis on representation, which I don't think is the be all and end all, but it's definitely helpful. And I feel like within that, again, the representation is predominantly white. And I know from my own experiences that does play on you. That is something where you will look at it and be like, is this for me? Am I supposed to be in this community? I can't relate. I don't feel like I fit. So I definitely want to combat that for other people.
So on that sort of looking at the impact that your activism work has made, are there any particularly memorable sort of moments, like people writing to you and saying, "Oh, you know, it was because of you that I had the courage to come out," that sort of thing? Anything you'd like to share on that front?
Yeah, I feel like there are lots of moments like that. And there's also the kind where like people don't tell you, but you hear it through the grapevine. I remember just before Ace of Clubs, I was on the train into London and I think I was talking to one from Drag Race who was coincidentally in the same carriage. And then there was another person in the carriage who I kind of spoke to briefly and said, oh, I'm going to this Ace event that I'm doing. And it was just a passing conversation. I didn't think that much about it. And then it was like months later when I stumbled across this post online of someone saying that they ran into me on a train before going to Ace of Clubs, and that moment like inspired them to come out to their family that day. And I was like, wow, I wouldn't have even known that. And it's almost like a butterfly effect or something. So I love just encountering stories like that because it kind of makes it's a very quantifiable way of valuing your work. Like, it's not likes, it's not shares, it's just like moments that actually make a difference to individuals. So I definitely love it when people tell me things like that. And I do tend to get that both in person and also like secondhand. Like someone will be like, oh, someone else I know has had really like benefited from your work and it's made them feel so much more comfortable and confident. And I'm always like, oh, okay, that makes it all feel like worth it.
Yeah, so my own anecdote from that is, well, of course, we meet more or less every year at Reading Pride, and as well as other occasions. And for those who don't know, Reading Pride is, well, Reading is, of course, Yasmin's hometown, and Reading Pride, we have a march, and then there's this festival in the park afterwards, and I'm hanging out with Yasmin, and there's often like a queue of people who want to talk to say, "Are you Yasmin Benoit?"
I think it's because people don't realize I'm from Reading and they're like, what would she be doing here? And it's like, I'm actually here all the time. I'm just like incognito, but that is the Pride I am at like every single year. So if you want to find me at a Pride, that's probably the one. I'm probably grabbing someone's dog for a selfie or something.
And in a way, I think that the recognition you get is, of course, it's thanks to your activism, but I think it is also sort of reflective of the. In a way, it's kind of belongs not belongs, but it is reflective of the work that the ACE community as a whole does, because there are people who are very sort of front end, like yourself, as in you're the ones actually out there. Then there's people who work in the background to make activism happen, and like I think we're all very important parts of the process, and we absolutely need people like you who are really comfortable sort of being out there and getting the word out and being on the front page of magazines to raise awareness. But there are also people who sort of contribute to the community in other ways as well, and these are all like all really important things. And so I think that the recognition is reflective of the whole shebang, if you like.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like with most activism, you guys don't see most of it. I mean, even with my stuff, it's like you'll see covers, but you probably won't see the 20-something emails I sent out where people were like, hell no, I don't want to talk to you, or all the things that didn't work out. So, and that's kind of just like representative of what most people are doing. Like, I think when we start to touch upon the Stonewall stuff, you'll see that from when people found out that was happening to when it started, it's been like there's so much that happens behind the scenes, which I think does make a difference, but it's also not as obvious as like this stuff for me and for everybody else. So a lot of activism, I think, is more subtle and effective.
Right. When you mentioned work going on behind the scenes, I thought, like the Stonewall report, of course, which, of course, it's had a big impact as well. It's had a big visible impact, but there was a long lead up to that was less visible. And so we'll come to that in a second. Should we have maybe just maybe one more question or one or two more questions on your activism, just more generally before we move on to that? What would you say the main challenges you've had that have you've had to your activism that have sort of where you've had to overcome difficulties to get the word out as you want to?
Oh my gosh, I feel like there's so many. I think that, I mean, there's just the fact that asexuality is not really on people's radars in the same way. So it's not really a sense of being like, hey, this is something I'd like to talk about. Like, you have to convince people that it's worth talking about before you might even get the chance to talk about it. So that is kind of like one hurdle. Getting in the space to be able to talk to someone, to ask them whether they'd like to talk about it, is a whole other thing. I mean, most spaces I'm in are predominantly white. They're predominantly in a city I don't actually live in. They're predominantly, it's not what you know, it's who you know. And they're not the most accessible or welcoming spaces all the time. So even being able to get in front of somebody, to even be considered, and then for them to understand and see the value in it and not find me just odd in all the things that I do is like a whole thing. And then just sort of like just juggling all the things in all the different areas all the time. Like if I'm actually doing an event or I'm doing the research, then it's like I'm so focused on that. But it's like, oh wait, the emails are building up. I should also be doing this thing. What about the consulting? What about the writing? What about the community stuff? And so it's definitely kind of complicated trying to do all the things, and then also not being distracted by the negatives, which can definitely drain your energy without you realizing it. When you're every time you've put all this effort into doing a thing and then you share it, and then you just get thousands of people calling you everything under the sun, and you're like, oh, well, that went well. So, and even though people probably do like it, I might see the thousands of people that don't like it first. And then you're just like, okay, well, that's made me very tired, but I still got to do the next thing and hope that doesn't happen again next week. So yeah, that's quite challenging, but fortunately, I'm pretty thick-skinned and persistent.
Yeah, I mean, I think you'd have to be, and yeah, I know the feeling that seeing internet comments can make you can make one lose all hope. But hopefully the sort of more positive moments make it all worthwhile, because of course the sort of haters are not the people that you're trying to reach anyway, and can be disheartening. But and maybe, just one last thing before we go on to maybe the questions from the chat. What would you say has changed in your activism since you started?
I think I just know more about what I'm doing now. Like it's very, I think the complicated thing with base activism is while it's been happening for a while technically, I feel like there's no blueprint for it. Like even though I could look at stuff that David J's done in the past and be like, okay, well that's what he did. That doesn't necessarily mean that's what I'm going to be able to do, because we're not similar. The public perception of us is completely different. So I couldn't really look at anything and be like, okay, this is how this works. This is what you do. This is where you go. This is who you speak to. Like there's been absolutely none of that. So everything, especially in the beginning, was just throwing things at the wall and seeing what stuck, and probably just stumbling around in the dark, hoping that something worked. Whereas now I feel like I've kind of got into the flow a bit more, and like I know what I'm capable of doing because I've done similar things before, and some things feel a bit more realistic than they did in the beginning. Like I could never have, me taking reference to the slides there, like I never would have thought like, oh, I want to be Grand Marshal at New York Pride. Like, let me try and get that. Like that wasn't even conceivable that I would be doing any work in America. But now I've done that. I'm like, okay, well, maybe I can do more work in America because now that's happened. So it takes things to happen before I can kind of consider it as being a possibility. So yeah, now I just have a bit more direction and I guess a bit more courage to do certain things. Whereas before I was like, oh, but they'll never want me to do that. Or, oh, I've never seen anyone like me do that. So that's probably not going to happen. But yeah, now I have done the things. So
awesome. Okay, we're going to get on to the report shortly. Thought I'd maybe take one. I can see there's a question here in the chat. The question is going right back, I guess, even before the activism. How did you find out you were ace?
I mean, I always say I realized I was asexual when everyone else realized that they weren't. So early puberty. I didn't discover the terminology until I was about 15 because other people noticed and wanted me to have some kind of explanation. I didn't really care about having a label for it or anything. As a 14-year-old, I wasn't particularly concerned of what my sexuality was or what it was going to be in the future. But I was a teenager during what I like to call a very thirsty era of teenagehood. It was like Twilight mania, Justin Bieber mania, Jonas Brothers mania. Like I feel like people were just freaking out over something all the time. And I went to an all-girls school, so it was very obvious that I wasn't reacting the same way to things. And that was kind of why people were like, we need to work this out. Like you need to have an answer. And it was also the peak Tumblr era, and also kind of like the beginnings of YouTube, I feel like. So there was a lot more social media information available for when people were like, oh, maybe you're asexual. I think the only reason anyone could suggest that was because they were on Tumblr a lot, even though I wasn't. People I knew were. And that was kind of how I first heard the term. And that was when I was like, oh yeah, that does sound like that describes me. But I didn't really use it that much because no one believed me, ironically. Once I had the term, no one accepted the term. And I also didn't see any representation that I related to. And I was thinking, I don't know if I fit in this community. I don't know if it's for me. So I'm not going to fight to use a word that no one believes anyway. So I didn't really start openly identifying as asexual until I was like 21, 22.
Yeah, and despite differing situations, I relate to a lot of that myself. When I remember asexuality, it was a term I heard from biology class about reproduction, and then when I eventually found out there was a community, I was like, oh, cool, they use the same term, even though very different meaning.
We will be answering a lot more questions at the end, by the way, everybody. So don't worry if you're like, oh, you haven't answered mine yet. In the end, we're going to leave a whole like half an hour for it. So,
shall we move on to the Stonewall report?
Yes, I will switch to those slides now. Oh, there we go.
Yeah, so maybe start by just telling everybody, in case they don't know, a bit of background about the report and any other information you'd like to share. Then we will get onto the specifics.
Yeah, so in case people don't know, I launched the UK's first asexual rights initiative with Stonewall back in 2022. And the first thing we wanted to do together was to release a report into asexual experiences and discrimination in the UK. And we released that late last year. So we're going to be getting into that a bit more. And if you want to find the report, all you got to do is just type in Stonewall ACE report and it'll come up.
Great. I think you have some slides. Do you want to talk through them, or should I ask some questions first?
Yeah, you can ask the questions. I didn't want to just like read all the contents of the slides. I feel like that won't be very interesting for all you guys, but I did want them to be in the background as like a bit of extra information for those who are curious.
Maybe to start off, you could tell us a bit about how you actually got involved in this in the first place, and what was the genesis? What was the genesis of the project, and how did your partnership with Stonewall begin?
Yeah, well, for those who don't know, Stonewall is probably one of the biggest LGBTQ plus rights organizations in Europe, particularly in the UK. And I've always known who Stonewall was. I remember when I was in secondary school, people would have these Stonewall stickers that said, "Some people are gay, get over it," and like stick it to their lockers. So I've always admired their work. I'm also like a huge Ian McKellen fan because I love X-Men and Lord of the Rings, and he was one of the founders of Stonewall. So it was always like a distant dream to think, oh, maybe one day we could do something together. Not necessarily me and Ian McKellen, me and Stonewall, although I wouldn't be against that either. And I kind of they asked me to do like a panel for them, and I think probably like 2020 or 2021, and that was kind of like my in. And I'd seen that they had been doing some rebranding around that time to make their approach a bit more inclusive. Like they would say in their bios, like it's for gay, bi, trans, ace, and all the other labels. And I was like, okay, let me drop you guys a very long email about all the things that I think the ace community needs and all of the legislative issues that we're facing, and just see what's being done about that. And they were very honest in saying nothing really. It wasn't actually like on our immediate to-do list. And I was like, okay, well, let's change that. Let's see what we can do. And that was kind of how the work started with them. I'm going to be honest, like I kind of just went through the back door. It was one of those things where it's like, by the time the higher ups realized, it was too late to stop me because we'd already like really got into it. But yeah, it was quite a long process to kind of, because organizations of that size, they don't really partner with individuals. They might partner with brands or companies to do like a collaboration, but they don't really just partner with random activists. So there wasn't really any kind of measures in place for that. There was no blueprint for how that should work. But we kind of ended up settling on the idea of having like the ACE project, the name of the initiative, together, and then potentially doing a report. And that was all kind of, those discussions were happening in, I guess, 2020, 2021. And by the time everybody else heard about it, it was International Asexuality Day 2022. And then by the time the report came out, it was October 2023. So when I say there's lots of work happening that you guys don't see, that's what I mean.
Right, maybe we could talk a bit through that. So the process, I guess, started off with because of course it's not just writing the report; it's doing the background research that goes into the report. So I guess the process started off with finding interview subjects.
Yeah, well, actually, the process started with the funding part because it was something that wasn't officially on the agenda. It was like, we can't really pay for it. Like, there was a lot of ambiguity about that part. And then I was like, okay, well, I will find a way. And I was emailing. I had to come up with this whole presentation pitch that I had to send to companies and magazines I'd worked with and anybody I knew, and just ask people like for advice, like how the hell do you raise money to do a project, because we wanted to be able to pay the participants for their time, and just to make sure that there was something in the reserves for it if we needed it. So that was something that took a little bit of time as well. And then only once that part was settled and the agreements were settled and the plan was in place, then we could start with the participants. So then we had always planned to do qualitative research. So it was a case of pretty much, unfortunately, for me, having the connections I had anyway and having the social media, all I had to do was say, who has an experience that's relevant, who fits the criteria and wants to take part. And lots of people got in touch. But then there was also the case of following up. Some people would say they wanted to do it, but then it's like, okay, well, then you need to fill this in, and I need emails, and we need to schedule something. And it's not as easy as just being like liking the post. So there was lots of chasing and following up and getting people to sign certain things, scheduling the talks, the focus groups, the one-to-one interviews, coming up with a line of questions, then actually doing all those interviews, which took a good few months. And then coding the interviews, transcribing the interviews, getting everyone to fill in the demographics forms, arranging all this data, picking up the patterns, then writing it in a way that at least somewhat made sense before we could even start to draft it and come up with some kind of conclusion. So it was a long process, but fortunately, I did have some experience from my master's degree and from my sociology degree that I could use. It felt very much like writing a thesis.
Yeah, so just sort of circling back to the start of that process, I guess you had to find people to take part. What sort of outreach methods did you use? Bearing in mind, of course, you would want as representative sample as you can, and bearing in mind all the intersections that we've been talking about.
Yeah, well, I think the thing is with that kind of research, because it was very much experience-based, while I would love to have like each demographic in the UK represented an equal amount, it was more just about have you had the experience that's relevant to the thing? Like if you've had a negative experience in healthcare, then we'll talk about it. It doesn't really matter what race you are, it doesn't matter what age you are. So I think Instagram was my first outreach, Twitter, even forums. I think we just posted it in a lot of different places. Some people sent emails. So it's pretty much whoever fit the criteria and was available and interested in speaking, we wanted to speak to them. But in the end, demographic wise, it actually ended up being pretty statistically representative for the general patterns, like the patterns of men, women, and non-binary people in the ACE community, the patterns of people who are neurodiverse in the ACE community, or disabled in the ACE community, or Black in the ACE community. They all kind of end up lining up anyway. So yeah, we couldn't specifically seek out certain demographics, but it did just kind of end up happening quite organically.
Was there something that really surprised you from the responses you got to your interview requests?
Yeah, I think the main thing is because we had a vague idea of what we were looking at. Like I knew that there was conversion therapy happening and that it was being primarily happening within healthcare. I'd heard it anecdotally, and I'd seen that the Government Equalities Office LGBT survey from 2018 had indicated that, but I didn't know, there was no information into how it was happening or where it was happening or what the process was. But the more research we did, the more the patterns were very obvious. In terms of how it was predominantly affecting women and people with vaginas, because we have to go to gynecologists. And whenever you go for any kind of medical meeting, they always ask you, are you pregnant? Are you sexually active? Like that will impact the medication you can have, the procedures you can be doing. So in comparison to men, for example, like that question isn't really asked as much to men. And consequently, the conversion process is more likely to happen for women. And also noticing that, perhaps not surprisingly, it would tend to go through GPs and through psychological services and through gynecological services. So yeah, just kind of noticing that pattern was quite interesting. And then I think one of the more, I guess, shocking things were hearing people's personal examples. And I think I have some here when it comes to kind of like mental health and when it comes to physical health, the kind of things that people would hear, the kind of things that healthcare practitioners would say. And I know that there was one case there are lots of troubling cases, but I remember some in the healthcare section that really stood out was one of the participants had a severe case of endometriosis and had gone to the doctor for that. And they refused to treat it because they were like, we need to work out this asexual thing first. So they wanted to put her through even more appointments and psychosexual therapy and more evaluations. And it like prolonged her access to treatment for like a good year. By the time she was actually able to get treatment for the thing she went there for, she had like serious physical, like long-term damage. It had been in agony for like a good year. And that's entirely preventable. And it's just bizarre to think that those things happen. Asexual people being put through like physically invasive examinations, like genital examinations, internal examinations that are not necessary because they're convinced there must be something wrong with their vagina if they're asexual. Lots of cases like that. And even in the workplace section, which there were some examples kind of earlier on about how we're a lot less likely to be out in the workplace. We're more likely to have negative reactions in the workplace. And also there were cases of sexual assaults in the workplace, of people being very alienated, people being bullied out of their pride networks. Like there were some very, like in those calls, I was sitting there for like a good month, having people cry on the calls, talking about their experiences. So it was quite harrowing in lots of the instances. So I would definitely recommend people check out the report because you'll probably learn a lot in the conversations of what asexual discrimination looks like.
And I'm sort of following up on that. If you kind of had to highlight maybe one takeaway from the report that you would like people to know about, maybe especially people who are not well versed in the ACE community, what would the one thing be?
I think just that a lot of places think they're doing enough and they're not. And I think that, you know, when it comes to lots of workplaces, and there are a range of workplaces in there, some of them were more, you know, creative than others, like it was all very different industries. And I'm sure that you could go to lots of those. And I've worked in many industries, and everyone thinks that they've done the thing. They're like, oh, we've got the pride flags, we've got a D&I initiative, so it's probably not going to be us. And it's like, well, it is probably going to be you. I mean, even, you know, love the NHS, and there's lots of work going on within the NHS, but there's also people that are like, well, I feel like I know enough. It's not going to be me, but it probably is. And the fact that there are people having bad experiences within their pride networks or in spaces that should be inclusive, I think that's something that I think people should take away, is that you could be doing more. Even if you think you've kind of already done the things, you could be doing more because there is such a gap. And there's been so many conversations about like conversion therapy, for example, and banning conversion therapy in the UK. And I remember when trans people were left out of the proposed ban, there was a really big uproar, and lots of people in the LGBTQ plus community were very horrified about it. Asexual people were never included in the ban, and no one was very horrified about that. No one even noticed. And it's like, the conversation's already happening. It all fits. Just go one step further. And I think people feel like they've already done the thing, but you haven't done the thing. So I think that's probably a good takeaway from that.
And sort of looking back now with all the hard work done and the report published, is there anything that you might have done differently in hindsight? knowing what you know now?
I feel like the only thing I feel like we did everything we could feasibly do with it. I would have wanted it to be longer. I feel like there was so many things we could have included, but you can't just have like a whole big thing like nobody's gonna read that. It was already like dissertation like length. So it's like we couldn't do more than that. But I wish in a parallel universe, I wish that it could be a longer version. Maybe you can add to it later on. But yeah, I feel like that's kind of the only thing. I also wish that we could have, because initially we had planned to include education in there, but it wasn't logistically possible because we would have had to speak to younger, like under 18s, and there's a lot more barriers when it comes to conducting research on children technically. So we weren't able to do much on the education side of things. And when we did try it, you had it, like in my case, like I have lots of things I could talk about my experiences as an asexual person, education, but I left secondary school like a decade ago. So it's, even though not much has changed, there's kind of a time limitation on how long you can talk about things like that for research. So that's something I would hope that maybe we could do something related to that in the future, but it just wasn't feasible for this kind of research.
Yeah, and you're mentioning that has actually reminded me of something that there was. I mean, speaking of length, there was a report put together on a similar topic by an Australian ACE organization, Kate Wood, which I believe was longer. Like you say, being longer has its limitations as well because obviously the readership tends to be sort of more greater and it's more impactful if you can be punchier. But there was a longer report, quite independent, and I believe it came to many similar conclusions that the Stonewall report did. I'll put a link to that report in the chat in case anybody wants to check that out. And I think it's very interesting comparing what was written there with your Stonewall report and noting that even though that was we're talking about a completely not even talking about the UK anymore, we're talking about a completely different country, Australia, and we're also talking about different researchers and everything. I think that many of the conclusions do actually line up with your conclusions, so it'd be very interesting to compare them sort of more closely.
Yeah, I think the issues are pretty international. Like, I don't think there's any one country that's doing particularly better than like the UK, for example. So I'm sure that's why I'm always like, I feel like the findings are pretty applicable worldwide. And with things that you're kind of making yourself, you definitely can be a bit more flexible with like the layout and the length. But I guess I was very much like, okay, Stonewall, you do a lot of reports. How does this usually go? What is usually the right layout and the right length and the right approach? And they could say, this should not be much longer than this for the way we usually do things here. But I'm sure, I mean, the ACE community survey, they have a whole long thing that's probably longer in pages than my report was.
Yeah, and I think you've kind of already touched on a question, which is probably an unfair question I was going to ask, and that was to what extent do you think that your report is UK specific versus the situation in other countries? And obviously that's a difficult question to answer. We're both UK based, and well, obviously I'll let you chime in on that. But if anybody in the chat from other countries wants to sort of make a comment about, oh, I think this really resonates or this doesn't resonate with the situation in another country, that would be very interesting to hear about as well.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think we wrote the report with a specific purpose to focus on issues that were happening legislation-wise in the UK. We were talking about the UK Equality Act. We were talking about the conversion therapy campaign in the UK. We're talking about the medicalization ICD, which is specific to the UK and Europe. So things like that, you probably could not apply to like the situation in Uganda or something, because I don't know what their legislation is around asexuality. But then there is a recurring theme of that lots of countries don't have specific legislative protection for asexuality. So in that sense, it's pretty applicable. I think that the experiences would probably resonate a lot with people that's in the case studies, probably more so than the actual legislation that we're aiming to combat, because that's very specific to the UK. But yeah, I think that it's kind of specific in that sense, but I think that it's still quite applicable, I would hope.
And your advice to maybe people from other countries. I mentioned the one that's already been done in Australia by Kate Wood of that Australian organisation. But your advice to anybody else in other countries who maybe could be inspired by your work and do something similar?
Yeah, I mean, and this advice, I guess, is going to be somewhat from my perspective as somebody in the UK. My approach was to find an organization that had experience with putting reports together. It is something you can do yourself, like the Australian example, like the East Community Survey. But for me, just as one individual with my schedules, like, it's not realistic. So I was like, I'm going to need some help with that. So I think just not being afraid to reach out to organizations, even if you're thinking, well, they haven't done anything ACE related before. I don't know whether they're going to want to work with little old me. I didn't know whether Stonewall would want to either. I had to kind of talk them into it, and it worked in the end. It was long. It was a long process, but it's not an easy process, but it did work eventually. So I feel like don't be afraid to reach out to people, and don't be afraid to reach out to a lot of people and get a lot of no's before anyone even gives you a maybe, and then having to go above and beyond to get the thing done. Because unfortunately, I feel like that's just kind of how, at least for me, activism tends to work. And if people don't want to give you any space to do that, then do it yourself, like Australia did, and get other people who have experience or have interest or expertise to help you out.
And can you say a bit more about the coverage that the report received when it came out?
Yeah, I mean, it was kind of typical of the UK. It was a little mixed. I think the UK is in quite a weird space. I think there's a big anti-woke sentiment going on in the UK right now. So there were actually a lot of very left-wing platforms that would not touch it with a barge pole. In fact, I'm gonna call one of them out. I was speaking to the BBC. Someone I know at the BBC who was very nice about it, but he did say, like, in all honesty, I can't talk about anything LGBTQ plus. And this was an LGBTQ plus person, though. Like, people think we're absolutely obsessed if I mention it more than like once a month or something. So like the climate, it was definitely making it difficult to get the word out. And it was also the time of the report, it coming out was in ACE Week, which was in October of last year. And I'm sure people probably know a lot of stuff was happening globally in October around the 16th. So lots of news places were like, we're only going to talk about this. And I think some of them use that as a bit of an excuse, because I was like, some of you fashion magazines are not talking about this. So let's not pretend that's central to your coverage. And that's why you don't want to touch anything queer related right now. But some of the places that were very involved, like I just did a piece of women's health, Scientific American were interested in it. So across the pond, ITV, some of the magazines like Attitude, Pink News, Diva. So yeah, I was able to get some, and Forbes. So yeah, there was some coverage in there. And it's also just been something I've noticed places just referencing when they're talking about asexuality or existing or recent research. They're just citing it quite casually now, which I think is great that it's just kind of become a resource people can use. And then in person, I've been doing a lot more. Like I've named a company and I have sent them this report. Wherever, like anyone I've ever worked with or crossed paths with, whether it's ASOS or Google, like has got a copy of this report. So lots of big organizations have it, which is great because their employees, like there's such a huge amount. It's like UN Women, ILGA World, Human Rights Campaign, like I've been getting it out there to politicians. That's kind of like my focus over the past few months. I think I've got a meeting with Labour coming up in a week. I've done the SNP, Lib Dems, Green Party. No conservatives have gotten back to me yet, but we'll see. So yeah, kind of getting it involved in those conversations politically has also been quite important. So I've been to Parliament more times than usual this year. So offline, in ways you can't see, that there is also like movement being made.
yeah, I mean, I think just what you said just really speaks to how impactful this this has been, and it's going to be. We probably haven't even seen the sort of repercussions, the consequences of how it will affect the ACE experience in the UK, which will probably be felt more fully in years to come.
Definitely hoping so. There's definitely interest from, in my opinion, some pretty influential people that are like, we had not considered this before, and even some that were like, we have been starting to hear things about this and we want to do more about it. So while people online are like, nobody cares, it's stupid, the people that are actually in positions of influence have been like, we're actually very interested. So don't let Twitter, make you think that it's all negative.
So what I thought is maybe we could take a couple of minutes break and then start to
get the
questions in. Sorry, I have to apologise. I've been sort of shifting around. It's because I've rather foolishly sat down in a rather uncomfortable position and then went on live stream. So I'm going to get up and walk for a bit.
5-minute break for everybody. Is that what we're gonna do?
I don't need 5 minutes. I just needed to. Sorry, I just needed a bit of movement. Yeah. Do you want a? Should we? I mean, 2 minutes would be good by me. But or if you want 5 minutes, that's fine as well. What would you say?
Yeah, how about, okay, let's give everybody a 3-minute break.
3-minute break.
Send in your questions. I think, they're coming through YouTube and they're coming through, is it just YouTube?
Yeah, the questions will be coming in the comments, and we will do our best to find one. If we miss your question, apologies. Feel free to repeat it if you think that we've overlooked it by accident. But we will get to as many as we can. Okay,
In the meantime, I will scroll through what people are saying because I haven't had a chance to read any of your comments. So yes, everybody, send in your questions, and when Mick is back, we will get into everything. And I'm glad there's such a good turnout for this. Thank you all for tuning in. And hi, Sophie. Thank you for coming. And hi, Sarah, as well. It's nice to see some familiar names popping up on here. And thank you, Branka, for your comment as well. Ooh, I see somebody wants a sex education tea. I'm sure we can get into that a little bit as well. I've just been catching up with some of the comments I didn't get to read while we were. Shall we open with this one? Should we get into the sex education tea real quick?
Sure. Are you ready to restart?
Yeah, let's go for it.
Cool.
Okay, so what are we saying? Could you talk a little bit about working with Netflix on season 4 of Sex Education, especially about what you learned, what you do differently, if there was stuff? Well, I feel like I did everything I could do with that, and there were things that were very much beyond my control. You might not be able to tell watching it, but I actually think I did a very good job consulting on that character. If everything had gone the way I had said it should go, then everybody would have probably really liked it. But there were things going on behind the scenes which kind of made a difference to the season as a whole, and then consequently rebounded on that character. I think that if she had been introduced a few seasons before, she had just joined in the old set and the old cast and the old school, things would have been quite different. But I think it was quite jarring that there was a whole new set and that there were so many new characters on what was not supposed to be the last season, but ended up being the last season. So I think that there were lots of things that just kind of got in the way of her story. But the actual process of consulting was very enjoyable. I felt very listened to, and I was working with really nice people. It was my first time doing media consulting in that sense. And despite what some people probably thought, I literally only saw O's section. I had no control over Otis. I did not know what anyone else's characters were doing aside from O's part of it. So when I was watching it, things that didn't really make sense made more sense seeing it on the screen. So I was like, oh, that's why we keep talking about this lift breaking down. That's why we're trying to describe the atmosphere of this strange school, which doesn't really sound like it makes that much sense. But seeing it, I was like, okay, I get what we're going for here. So it was definitely a learning process, and just that I had never really done anything like that before, but it was interesting getting to kind of see the development of something from like a rough skeleton kind of. I mean, in the original idea, she was supposed to be like mystical. And I was like, I don't know how I feel about that. And especially when they casted an Asian actress, I was like, because her name O was supposed to stand for Oracle. That's what that meant, like the Oracle. She's supposed to be this mystical, all-knowing, mysterious figure. And I was like, we cannot have the mystical Asian in this school. That's not the vibe. So there was things that definitely like changed as things got going. And in the end, I was like, yeah, this is going to be a character that's really different to what we've seen before. She's very involved in the story. She's not just like the wallflower in the background. Like, she's in the plots. She's as messy as the other characters, which I think is important, because when you're watching a show that's about teenage drama and then you have representation that's not in any of the drama, then it's just boring and no one's going to care. So I was like, yeah, like have her be flawed and have her be in this back and forth thing, which is supposed to be a social commentary on cancel culture disproportionately affecting minorities. Didn't land that way, but that was what it was supposed to be about. So I was really excited to see how it all turned out. And even though it didn't turn out exactly as planned, I do think that some people could read between the lines and see what we were going for, even though some things definitely got cut out or just lost in translation amongst the overall vibe of the series.
Right. I have to admit I have not watched it myself, but what you say makes sense. And it actually resonates with other. There have been other times when the ACE community has had input into characters in a series like that with an ACE character, and often, like, the consultation's gone ahead and that's all great, but the result hasn't been as exactly as they were hoping for, and yet it was still probably better that they actually had done this consultation and talked to us than not, because it might have been even worse otherwise.
Yes, I do think that it was a positive that I was involved in it. But yeah, there's definitely things that could have been done better. But I feel like in terms of what I did, I feel like I did as best as I could under the circumstances.
Okay, I'm just going to have a look, scroll up to see if there are any other questions that we.
Oh, I can get to. Hi, Sophie. Thank you for coming. Trade unions have a long history supporting LGBT plus people. What do you think we could be doing to support ACE and ARO members? Well, if you look, part of the report was specifically focused on workplace inclusion, and we do have some suggestions in that for what we think that networks and workplaces could be doing, but it's all kind of centered around just like vocally, obviously, and explicitly taking things further. Like lots of places, even with D&I initiatives, it does not specifically mention asexuality in that. And I'm sure some people are like, well, it mentions the other things. So what difference does it make? It makes a difference to the asexual people reading it and seeing that they're not in there. It makes a difference when you're filling out a demographics form and you have to put your identity in the other category. It makes a difference whenever there's a Pride Month, your flag isn't there. It makes a difference when your awareness days and weeks are not mentioned. It makes a difference when you just don't really see an equal amount of effort being placed into identities beyond the plus. So being able to like explicitly do something, to include it in your training, to make sure you're as educated about asexuality and aromanticism as you are about the other identities, just placing an equal amount of effort makes a difference, and making it clear that you have done that and that you are open to doing more of that, and that there isn't a hierarchy within those spaces between the letters, because there often unintentionally is. I've noticed that whenever I've kind of done things and I've gone into whether it's companies or organizations, or I've done a lot within the NHS over the past few years, and there will always be like one person that's like, hi, I'm asexual and I work here and I wanted to ask, and people will be like, we didn't know. We have them here. And it's like, yeah, they didn't feel comfortable coming out before because there's absolutely no evidence to suggest that that would be okay, even in the pride spaces, because it's never mentioned. So I think you definitely see a big growth in the confidence of the Aro and ACE members, a lot more input from them. And I think it would just make all of the conversations that you're already having around sexuality in general a lot more full and inclusive. But yeah, definitely check out the part of the report that kind of goes into that, because that probably is a bit easier to share than what I'm saying here. Oh, what do you think we should be doing regarding the fact ACE people not protected by the Equality Act in 2010? Well, I mean, I'm working on it, but it's one of those things that's entirely up to the government at the end of the day. All you can really do is raise awareness for that issue, which I think is something that lots of places aren't really doing. That's why our first step with the initiative was to do the report, because it's like, I can't really go out there and be like, hey, we need to combat ACE discrimination. People are going to be like, what discrimination? What are you talking about? We don't know if anything's happening. So that's why I wanted to be like, here's literal examples, and here's something that demonstrates what the issues are, and then we can do something about it. Because as I mentioned with the conversion therapy campaign, for example, people noticed that trans people weren't included. They didn't mention or notice that asexual people weren't included either. And even though people will talk about the Equality Act and legislation and conversion therapy, like the fact that you shouldn't be able to do that to gay people, it's like, just take the conversation a step further, put the same amount of effort that you're putting into talking about other kinds of systemic equalities towards other groups, put that same effort into the asexual community, because unless allies start to treat us equally, no one's going to know about these things. I can scream it from the rooftops, but I'm one person. And while a lot of people listen, they would listen more if someone in their actual demographic and in their actual group was doing it, as opposed to an outsider like me. So yeah, things like that would be helpful.
Yeah, I think on the Equality Act, one of the sorry, just before we get onto that, I think one of the issues is that, and I have some experience of this myself, that there's always such a time lag. So you do all this activism, but that doesn't affect legislation for years. So, but by the time we're 2010, ACE activism existed, but it was still quite new and it was not really on the radar. And okay, I mean, my personal experience is I was involved in the Office of National Statistics regarding the 2021 census, and I was part of the consultation group for that. And kind of went, and other LGBT groups, we all backed up the idea that like asexuality really should be included in the question on sexual orientation. The problem is that their research had been done, that they were using for this had been done like sort of 5-10 years earlier, and 5-10 years earlier, the gold standard question was lesbian, gay, or bi for sexual orientations, and of course trans for trans status. But asexuality was not on their radar 5-10 years ago. And so my guess is that with the sort of work you're doing, it's going to have that sort of, again, some of the impact is going to be time delayed. So even though there might not be an immediate legislation change, the fact that the work's being done now means that next time this does come up for review, whether that's 10 years, 20 years down the line, I think that the work being done now will make a big difference to that.
Yes, I'm hoping that when I'm middle-aged, I will see things will start to come to fruition, because things do move so slowly. I think especially in politics in this country right now, things are kind of going a bit backwards. But we'll see what happens after the election. Maybe things will pick up a little bit, maybe.
Sorry, before I interrupted, we had another question, didn't we?
Would you be willing to do such a study on a global scale? I mean, I'd be willing to do a lot of things. So whether it's possible is a different story. I mean, I think I could, if it was qualitative, it could be done. If it was quantitative, I don't know how I would be able to get a representative enough mass of people in all the different countries in order for that to be done. Qualitative is possible, but I'd also need to really familiarize myself with the laws in each individual country, which is a little more complicated. I mean, maybe I mean, I've written a bit, like I did an article a few years ago about an asexual asylum seeker from Senegal trying to get to Ireland. So I have some awareness of the international issues. I think maybe if I was partnered with like an international charity, like Ilgo World or like Kaleidoscope, or I think it's possible, but I'd probably have to be a bit more specific. Like it would have to be looking at something like asylum or healthcare or something like a little more niche than something very broad. Otherwise, it would have to be like a whole encyclopedia or something.
Yeah, and I mean, of course, the sort of one of the issues of trying to do something on a global scale is if you're going to do it global, you have to do it really global. You can't just sort of include some other countries as an afterthought. You have to really get inside what how to represent the global ACE community, and that is a huge challenge. Which I mean, I'm certainly not up to, and it's something that IAD itself is combating just by being more inclusive. But that doesn't mean we are completely inclusive now. It means I'm sure we still do have a bias towards certain countries just because of the amount of visibility there. But when you're writing a report, then you kind of if we're going to claim it's a global thing, then that I can imagine that will be hugely challenging. Not impossible, but yeah.
Mm-hmm. Are there any more questions in the thing? Oh, and thank you all for your comments as well, everybody.
I'm just scrolling up to see if there's any other questions that we missed. You can see a lot of very nice.
I hope I get to consult more as well, but I have the feeling that I'm probably not at the top of Netflix's list right now, but maybe Hulu or something. Oh, thank you for what you're doing. Thank you, Anne. As an older race person, I wonder whether you encounter a generational difference in terms of how people identify and accepting that they are ace people. I mean, for me, as somebody who is a bit of a, what's the word, a zillennial, little in-betweeny there, I feel like I kind of get to see both different age groups. I think that it's definitely, again, like the only reason I was able to discover asexuality quite quickly and to be able to be 15 and to have that label is because I was surrounded by social media and Tumblr and YouTube, and I was in an environment that was pretty liberal, and it was kind of cool to have like a sexuality niche, and that was kind of what facilitated me in being able to encounter that. And I think that that's something that lots of people in like their mid 30s and under were kind of able to encounter a lot easier. The conversations, even just around LGBTQ plus stuff in general, changes a lot when you go like 20 years back. I think I've definitely noticed, I think especially when it comes to asexuality, because it's a little less obvious, and for many people, especially for women in the way you're socialized, in the past, you weren't really expected to be experiencing that much sexual attraction anyway. So that's something I've heard quite a bit, is older people being like, it wasn't really talked about. I wouldn't have been able to freely express my sexuality anyway. So it would have been kind of harder to notice, and it wasn't something people kind of mentioned to each other, and there wasn't information available. So yeah, I've definitely encountered quite a few people where it took them like being in like their 50s and 60s to discover asexuality, or 40s. I've had a few people come to that epiphany in my talks when I've been at workplaces, which has always been like really interesting. You can kind of see it on their faces where they're like, oh my God, that's me. I didn't realize that. So yes, I have definitely noticed that. And I think one thing that's kind of unfortunate is that when we have conversations about sexuality nowadays, it is very skewed towards young people. That's why most of the characters and the representation we have, they're all like under 30, or they're literally teenagers or children pretty much, is because it's almost treated as like a coming of age discovery. And people don't really think that that's something that appeals to different age groups, and that's a journey that people continue to go on. And then consequently, people that are in their 60s who probably aren't watching Heartstopper might not get to see these things. So yeah, there's definitely a bit of a divide there, but I do think that there was some interesting data actually by Ipsos in the Rainbow Britain report, and they found that considering that asexuality is a bit of a newer label in the grand scheme of things, that the age range of people identifying as asexual was more diverse than for some other orientations, like pansexuality, for example. Like it was like Gen Z and then like Gen X. So like it was like a very wide, it was pretty wide. So I do think that there is a lot of diversity in the age ranges.
Yeah, and I maybe just jump in. I have a story on that. That we had our first major conference in 2012 in London for World Pride, and the first person there was this 80-year-old lady called Lydia, and my friend Leia was helping to organize the conference, and Lydia said, found Leia and said, "Are you asexual?" Leia said yes, and they hugged, and Lydia said, "You're the first. I've lived 80 years. You're the first other asexual person I've knowingly met, and all my life up to now, I just thought that there was something wrong with me, and realized that asexuality really is a thing, and it's so it's." Absolutely all ages, which we all know, but it just doesn't always get covered the way it should.
That's so sweet. Oh, and I see there's another question. Let's see if I can get to that before in our last 5 minutes. Do you see the landscape starting to change for asexuality in other media? I mean, I feel like there's still a bit of a skew. I feel like it's very much tends to be aimed at younger audiences, similarly to TV. I mean, the only other things I'll hear will be comics or video games or things that, if you're significantly older, you probably aren't playing those video games or watching these things or reading those particular like young adult books or mangas or things like that. And the characters still tend to be pretty young. So I feel like in those ways, it is sort of similar to television. But I do feel like it's kind of interesting because I feel like we live in an age where the media is actually so oversaturated that even when things do happen, it doesn't hit the way people necessarily expect it to hit. Like it's not like in like the 90s where millions and millions of people all over the world were tuning in to like Friends every single week, and what happened in that one show, everybody knows about it. It's like things can come and go in the blink of an eye, and you can easily miss it. Like Emmerdale, for example, one of the biggest soaps on British TV, had an asexual character for years, a leading character, and most people that don't watch soaps don't even know that happened. And it's like, that's what I mean when I say there's so much media that unless you're in a very particular niche or community, and you're in a niche within that community, you might not even notice it. So I think that's actually one of the challenges that happens, because even when people do things, it doesn't have the same wide-ranging impact as like media used to have when there was a smaller number of shows and channels and platforms. Now there's so much, it's like something could blow up for 5 minutes and reach millions of people, and they'll forget about it the next day.
Was there a second? Did we put up the second part, or shall I do that now? There we go.
Oh, we're talking about songs as well. Yeah. And I think, again, same for me. I think music has the exact same thing. I mean, look at like the TikTokification of music. You could be making amazing songs, and if people aren't into that 30 seconds, and then they'll be not interested in that 30 seconds in like a week's time. So I do feel like there is music, there are books, there are shows, there are video games, there's online content, there's YouTube, TikTok, Tumblr, blogs, self-published books. There's more representation than ever. It is there if you look for it. But as to whether it will hit on a global scale that will like shift the zeitgeist and asexuality is going to be on the forefront of everyone's minds is a very different thing. So you've just got to kind of find what works for you and what speaks to you. And I think maybe worry a little bit less about like the global shift, because I feel like that is going to be a lot harder in this day and age for anything.
Awesome. Right. So I think that we've just about exhausted all the questions. There's another nice comment. are there any? It's been wonderful talking to you, Yasmin. Are there any sort of final words you'd like to say? I guess where next?
Where next? Well, tomorrow in London, I have an in-person. There's a Big ACE meetup happening at the London LGBTQ Plus Center. I'm going to be there in person for a Q&A event, and then it'll be followed by a meetup where everyone can just chill out. There's so much more going on in this live stream as well. Thank you all for tuning in and being so engaged. Stay tuned to see more from me on my socials. Be sure to check out the research report. Share it to anybody you know, because that could help them to become more aware of how asexual discrimination manifests and what can be done. And as it's International Asexuality Day, I do have a few more countries that I'm planning to be at in person this year for my activism. I've been recently invited to Lithuania. So I don't know if there's any Lithuanians here. That's on my to-do list, and also Poland. So I'm hoping that I can continue taking my work a bit more internationally this year as well.
Brilliant. Well, it's been wonderful talking to you, Yasmin. And as Yasmin mentioned, there is the stream is very far from over. Though what we'll be doing is we're moving to the third part of the live stream. It's been split into 3 different parts. So this will end part 2, and let's put part 3 into the chat right now. The YouTube link is coming up. Let me just check if that's correct. So yeah, this will be this will be the third part of the live stream, and I think that the next panel will be a panel in Italian, I believe. So yeah, it's always great to have, even though we're still obviously disproportionately English language in these panels. It's great to that it's not all English, and so we look forward to the those who speak Italian look forward to the panel coming up, and those like me who do not speak Italian look forward to eventually seeing a translation of it.
Yes, thank you everybody for tuning in, and thank you all for your lovely comments. I do feel like it went quite quickly, actually. And yes, enjoy the rest of the sessions and have a great rest of your weekend, and hopefully I'll see some of you in London tomorrow. Bye, everybody.
Bye for now.